Michael Huntley be looking for a change of fortunes in Group C, finishing bottom of Group A, but this 1/6.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 4, 5, guess.
The MODUS Super Series, brought to you in association with Bet365, Betfair, Betfred, Coral, Ladbrokes, Paddy Power, Unibet and William Hill.
Hi there, good morning and welcome along to another session of MODUS Super Series action. In fact, it's the first of 2 sessions today. That's right, it's Thursday already and we already have 1 player through to finals night on Saturday. That after Group A came to its conclusion yesterday. Let's have a look back and see who got there. Henry Deacon describing the action.
Michael Huntley be looking for a change of fortunes in Group C, finishing bottom of Group A, but this 116 was his highlight on Wednesday. Kevin Garcia was the man to beat on the 3rd day of action in this group, picking up 8 points from a possible 10. This 116, his highlight against Huntley. Meanwhile, Shane McGuirk could be looking for more moments like this in Group C this morning, a 1-5-4 against Michael Huntley. At the start of the day, it looked as if Jim McGuirk was going to be the man, if anyone, to dislodge Robert Owen at the top of the group, but it wasn't to be on Wednesday as he finished 3rd in Group A. James Hurrell is billing himself up as possibly the man to beat in Group B, finishing 2nd of Group A and playing some imperious darts. Talking about imperious, no one could stop Robert Owen. He is the first man through to Saturday night's finals, thanks to moments like this 1-4-5. I'm not sure if Stack Attack has been watching the Cricket World Cup, but it turns out catches win matches as he catches an imploding dart.
Yeah, thanks. Henry Deacon describing the action there. Robert Owen is the man that's through. Paul Nicholson is going to have a quick reflection on what happened in Group A. Let's start at the end. That was a bit of a strange moment, wasn't it? An exploding stem from Robert Owen.
We've been, and I say we, Matthew Edgar and I, have been surveying this video quite a lot over the last 15 hours or so. And we think that maybe Robert Owen should have replaced that flight earlier in the day because it was a bit wobbly on that 145. If you look at the double 14, I think that flight wasn't quite capped on properly. So maybe he'd needed to replace it. So ultimately, it came out. The stem snapped against the board. But the best part about it was that he caught the flight. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, it didn't stop him going through. Let's have a look at the league table in its entirety at the end, and he was streets ahead of everybody else, wasn't he?
Yeah, he really was. I heard a phrase years ago from the great Rod Harrington, who said the mark of a player who is really going somewhere is what they can do when the pressure's on and the kind of shots they can pull out of the fire when they need them. Yesterday, Robert Owen didn't start great, but he found great finishes, like a 145, and he got them at really key moments as well. But ultimately, over the 3 days, he was so much better than everybody else, and that's reflected in the points tally there and the leg difference.
Yeah, of course, that leg difference is just one less than his points tally in total. That's a fantastic, dominant display in the group. He comes back on Saturday. The rest of the players are dispersed into the other two groups that will start today. We're going to take a look at who is playing in what group. Owen through, of course, as we mentioned, but Group B, which gets underway tonight, Jim McHugh, James Hurrell, second and third, Pete Burgoyne, Richard North and Scott Walters coming in. But focus now on today's play, and it's Kevin Garcia, Mark Graham, Martin Thomas, Michael Huntley, Reece Colley and Shane McGuirk. Focus first, Paul, on Garcia and Huntley, the two ADC qualifiers. Do you think now it's a chance to reset and really try and look at getting through to finals night? Yeah,
it is, because the slate is wiped clean. Obviously, they've got the experience of the previous 3 days. It'll be interesting to see how they're feeling after the 3 days of action, because it is quite tiring. But now that they have that experience, maybe they will be more versed in what they need to do. I think Garcia will be feeling great about his chances over the next couple of days, because yesterday he was much improved. So I think his confidence will be sky high.
I won't ask you for two names yet. Just give me one name who you think might go through from this group.
I'm going to go for Martin Thomas. Even though he hasn't had the greatest of 2022s, he just really enjoys playing in this format, and I just get the feeling his experience might tell.
Well, he's in action in this opening match. Let's hear from him.
Martin, welcome back to the Super Series. What's it like to be back up on that stage?
That's nice. I like it. I'm chuffed to be invited again, to be honest. And it's a good room of boys, so it's going to be a tough, good day.
Yeah, is that important, having a good group that you can just bounce off?
Makes you relaxed, doesn't it? And if you don't go up there and play today, you're going to be found out.
I can hardly hear it, by the way, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, there's already one Welshman in the final. How would it feel to have put a second one in there?
Well, that's the plan, but all the boys are thinking the same, are they? So whatever it is. So it's going to be tough, but it's short format. But if I play my game, hopefully I'll be okay. But they're all thinking the same, so whatever happens, happens, as I said it before. So looking forward to it.
Well, hopefully Martin Thomas is more focused than the camera was in that interview. But anyway, he is in action in the opening match. He takes on Shane McGuirk, a player who did play in Group A, the Welshman, going up against McGuirk to see who can get their Group C campaign off to a flying start. Paul Nicholson has flown down to the commentary box where he will join Matthew Edgar.
Well, good morning. Welcome to Group C. Shane McGuirk on stage against Martin Thomas. Shane McGuirk, someone we've seen all week. So he's had a couple of days to settle in, get some experience on there. This is the first time we're going to get to have a look at Martin Thomas this week. Martin Thomas coming into this as the group favourite for Group C. Paul Nicholson tipping him up as one of the two players likely to get through. Said he didn't have the best of 2022 so far, but he did win a Challenge Tour last year, Challenge Tour number 7, and that gave him opportunities in the UK Open. He played in the UK Open in 2021 and 2022. 30 appearances on the PDC Pro Tour last year, just off the back of those Challenge Tour successes. So he's certainly got plenty of pedigree, and he is one of the standout names in this group.
He's unquestionably one of the favourites for me. But what we have to say is that the format of Group C is somewhat shorter than Group A. Okay, this is a decent start then. Keep this going, lads, and we'll have a very good day.
Well, first 6 starts, all perfect. It's only going one way from there. Martin Thomas are hoping to get 6 perfect of his own. Martin Thomas was here a couple of weeks ago, actually. I was in the commentary booth at the time, and he's one of them players I enjoy watching. I enjoy watching players that have got something a little bit quirky or a little bit different, and I like the way his darts lie. Probably a bit of bias, because I used to do the same sort of thing.
I knew you were going to say that, because you did get them to land quite flat with the skinny flight, didn't you?
And that's what Martin's using there, the skinny sort of flight. And when he got just underneath the bed or on that bottom wire, he hit a lot of 140s.
We'll go through Martin's statistics in his Super Series career in the next leg, but the leg might be over pretty soon because McGuirk's had a really good start here. Martin hasn't been able to maintain stuff after his first visit. Now, interestingly, McGuirk did have a very good start yesterday statistically,
42,
but didn't get the win. He hasn't really been as at his winningest best, let's say, over the last couple of days since he started winning on Monday morning.
That's game short.
That is a 16-dart win in the first leg. And if he can maintain that kind of standard, he's going to have a very good day. Let's find out if
Second
that's the
leg,
case.
it's Martin to throw first.
One of the things we've seen from Shane over the last couple of days, and the more we get to see it, the more we learn about him, is he seems to start games really
45.
well. And then it just seems to tail off a little bit towards the end.
I don't know whether you've noticed.
60.
You're someone just like me, you know, Matthew Edgar, because you notice the small things. And over the last 3 days, we've been talking a lot about where's
42.
the dart case? Is it on show? Well, the towel's over it today. Come on. You've got to put it on full show. You've got the billboard is not on full show here, Shane. And he didn't even bother doing his hair this morning.
Maybe he's changed his nickname to the Row.
45.
If you look there, we can see the R, the O, and the W.
He's going to call himself the Raw or the Row. He doesn't want to be aggro.
123.
The V, the Victor.
You mentioned upstairs about Martin Thomas.
55.
Not having a good 2022 so far, but it's quite contradicting because that not good 2022 seems to happen away from the Super Series.
Yeah.
Where actually here his stats are so much better than anywhere else.
Yeah, I think he enjoys playing here more than most places. He's enjoying this visit. That's more like it. We've already got 3 180s in this contest, and it's only
136.
1 3/4 legs old. Thomas may have to hit this 1-3-4
Martin, you require
to drag himself into the
134.
contest.
There's the 1. But the 1 column's in the hundreds, not the singles. So Shane McGuirk
26. Shane, you require 40.
To break the throw and double his lead.
Yeah, that's game short in the second leg. Shane McGuirk.
McGuirk will be very, very happy with this performance so far, averaging over 90 for the first couple of legs.
Third leg, it's Shane to throw first. Game on.
And throughout the week, McGuirk has shown some good stuff. I've been quietly impressed with him. Finished in 4th position in Group A.
140.
Running average for the week of 84.7. I get the feeling he'd like to up that by about 3 or 4 points over the next couple of days, but
125.
what do you make of the fact that he's had 21 maximums in the first 3 days and he's already got 1 here, so
100.
he's at the top of the 180 charts for the week with Robert Owen, who got 22 in the first 3 days as well. That's pretty good.
I was actually having a look before it started to see who's the player most likely to hit 180s, and For me, it was Martin Thomas. 100 games in, he's at 136 180s. Before today started, he's now 101 games with 138 because he's got 2 already. And that is one of the things about the lie of Martin Thomas's dart, because he can just sit
81.
on top of the darts.
Shane, you
and gets in the
require
bottom part of the bed.
121.
The issue comes for players like Martin if they don't get that first dart right.
89.
Yeah, good thinking there from Shane. Everything seems to be going his way. We were left wanting yesterday. We were left very hungry.
171.
No
Shane, you require 32.
Bagels on for match 1. But only if Shane hits this.
Yeah, that's
And he
game
does.
short in the third line.
That's a
Shane
15
McGuirk.
darter. It swells his average back towards the 94 mark. This is very similar to what he was doing yesterday.
Fourth lag, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
In fact, he averaged something like 96 in his first game yesterday. 96.62 it was against Robert Owen, but he lost by 4 legs to 3 thanks to that miraculous 145 finish that Owen put in. If he didn't hit that,
81.
he was going to lose.
Yeah, raced into a 3-0 lead, Shane McGuirk, just like this, and then Owen just kept pulling him back, but it wasn't that Shane dropped off, it's that Robert Owen just found ridiculous levels of performance and timing.
He's had a few different flight
140.
colours this week, has McGuirk. He started with, I think it was black and green at the start of the week. He went to
140.
black and blue after that, but now he's gone to the moulded white flight. If I'm not mistaken, they look a little bit bigger.
140.
It may just be a visual illusion, because when you see a white flight, it can always look bigger than a black flight.
140.
But this is for the win.
Shane, you require 140.
Just seeing the last 2 shots from Martin Thomas there. Back-to-back 140s, and that's when he gets that first
60.
start right. He can really
Martin, you
find those
require
power
51.
scores. He's going to need to find 51, or else this game could be over. He's only going to get 1 at it because he's missed the big number.
31. Shane, you
I smell
require
trouble
80.
for the wee Welshman. That makes things a bit trickier, but not impossible.
70. Martin, you
First
require
chance missed.
20.
And McGuirk gives a sighter for Thomas on 10s, which should be hit now.
Yeah, that's game short in the
And
fourth
is
lag. Martin
bagels
Thomas.
here. I got a text yesterday from a good friend of mine. My word, I sounded
Fifth
like
lag,
Jim White
it's
there.
Shane to throw first. Game on.
Andy Riley, good friend of mine in Ireland, and he put something into perspective for me,
140.
because we talked about the barrels of the arrow and the blue and white stripes. Andy said it's probably got something to do with the sports colours of County Monaghan.
125.
That's where he's from, and the colours are blue and white. So maybe that's where it's from. Andy's not usually wrong.
41.
As this game's gone,
84.
Martin Thomas is getting more into the form we tend to see at the Super Series rather than the form we're seeing elsewhere. And it is such a difference, isn't it? That here, at the Super Series, after 100 games, he's averaging just shy of 89, which over 100 matches is good quality.
Yeah, it really is. He's got a personal best of over 103.
97.
Lots of 180s that you've already mentioned. His doubling is above average as well, because if you think about,
83.
for example, all of the darts that we've seen in stage 1, it was around the 1 in 3 mark, whereas Martin Thomas is 3% better than that.
85. Shane, you require 138.
That's encouraging.
But yeah, put him in other arenas and other rooms, he's barely touching an 84.
98. Martin, you require
44% win
110.
rate.
He's already dodged one match start. He may have to dodge another 3.
$52.
Let's face
Shane,
it,
you
Shane
require
McGuirk
40.
deserves to win this game based on how he's played. He's been excellent.
$30.
But he hasn't won this game yet.
Martin, you
May
require
have to wait
58.
another leg.
Ooh, the darts have come back out of the pocket. He thought he was toast.
Yeah, that's game short in the 5th flag.
And the game
Martin
continues.
Thomas.
And that's one of those weird sort of darting expressions where I don't know where that started.
6th flag,
but
it's
you have
Martin
someone on
throw
toast.
first.
Yeah,
Game
I want
on.
to get to the bottom of that. Because it must be the same in Warwickshire as it is in Northumberland. Because when we played Super League on Thursdays, if you're 2-0 up against somebody, you've got them on toast. Never got to the bottom as to why that
90.
was.
The way my brain works, I start getting all these visuals of someone laying on a piece of toast. And,
Well, you've got
134.
the software to make someone look like they are on toast.
41.
You were getting quite a bit of traffic yesterday, weren't you, about the Robert Owen snapped stem gate?
yeah, he actually commented on it this morning. I've just seen, and he said that he didn't even
58.
realise that he caught it. That's why he looked at it funny in his hand because he didn't know what happened. But what a catch when you watch that in slow mo.
Who does he think he is? Jonty Rhodes.
46.
A no-look flight catch from Robert Owen could be the moment of the week.
But the speed to not even know it's happening was like a split, half a second. And he's just caught it.
117.
It's beautiful.
Should have been a fighter pilot with reactions like that.
Certainly no one wanting goal when we go for a
83.
darts football team.
Yeah, I think I'd pick Nathan Aspinall.
Well, there's been a few good goalkeepers. Scott Williams used to be a
60.
goalkeeper at quite a decent level.
That I can believe. Tall, rangy. Yeah,
Big hands.
I can get that. You'd much rather have
100.
Martin
Shane,
C.
you
Thomas
require
like it is on the back of his shirt.
132.
Probably in a scrum at the front.
92.
McGuirk's had his chances
Martin,
to
you
win this
require
match.
141.
In every likelihood, he's going to get another chance. And he will.
105.
Multiple visits
Shane,
to
you
win.
require 40.
Here comes another.
And that is a good line for Shane. Even better now. He's got a wall of darts.
No score.
How on earth has that not got in?
It's the old cricket
Martin, you
stumps.
require 36.
Leg stump, off stump, middle stump, nothing in. Thomas needs 9s to take us the distance.
Yeah, that's game
Wow.
short in the 6th flag. Martin
What an
Thomas.
unbelievable game this is. This should have been over nearly 10 minutes ago.
7th and
This
final
is not
leg. It's
the
Shane to
first
throw
time we've
first.
seen this from Shane.
Game on.
He has lost 3-0 lead already this week. That was yesterday in the opening game against Robert Owen. He's had chances. He had plenty of chances.
190.
That's a fourth maximum of this match. 2 per player. And McGuirk has maintained that 90-plus average
100.
for about 99% of this game. I think it dipped to 89 at the back end of leg number 6, and that's about it.
I think the big
96.
positive here is to Martin Thomas. If Shane McGuirk does get over the line and finally win this game, there's not been much damage in the legs column because not long ago
100.
he was facing a 4-0 defeat.
If you do get a heavy defeat in your first game, you're pretty much backed against the wall to try and get a heavy win at some point to get yourself on level terms.
140.
This is class. When you miss that many darts and you've been in this position before and thrown games away or
97.
the amount of match
Shane, you
darts he's
require
missed
85.
to then leave 85 after 9.
Tops.
Game.
Well, he's got
shot,
it done eventually
and a match.
with a
Shane
world-class last leg. He was tested so much, and you just don't know what the feed-on effect will be from that game. Martin Thomas is probably going to be happy in the end that he lost by 4 legs to 3 because it could have been so much worse. But ultimately, there were a lot of missed doubles there for Shane. But that last leg in 12 just goes to show what he does have in the locker. 4 more games for him and 4 more games for Thomas for the rest of the day. But we will get a first look at Mike Huntley for the day in Game 2. And he's up against Reece Colley, the British Open champion, after the break.
Well, it's got a similar feel to yesterday here at the Super Series. The first match could have been wrapped up pretty quickly, but in the end it was 4-3 for Shane McGuirk, beating Martin Thomas, one of the incoming players for Group C today. A 93 average despite all those missed starts at double. Plenty of them for the match as well for Shane McGuirk. 12 of them missed at double in the entire match. The players actually both hit 180s in their opening visits to set the standard for the game, but McGuirk went berserk and looked like he was going to run away with it. In the end, though, a fantastic 12-darter got him over the line. So he picks up the first points in Group C. We're going to see who can join him with a perfect winning start in this group. Will it be the ADC qualifier Michael Huntley, who has produced some decent stuff this week? Didn't maybe get the results in Group A that he would have wished for, but showed glimpses of what he can produce. And there he was, beating a Super Series legend in Jim McEwen. So Huntley has a clean start, looking to book his place at finals night, becoming the first of the ADC qualifiers to do that if he does. He takes on Reece Colley in his opening match, a 23-year-old, twice a winner on the PDC Development Tour, and he beat Chris Landman to win the British Open just last month, beating Landman, the Dutchman, in the final. So let's hear from Reece ahead of his day in Group C at the Super Series.
Reece, welcome back to the Super Series. How are you feeling ahead of today's stint?
Yeah, feeling confident. Can't wait to get back on the stage.
Yeah, it's a lovely venue, isn't it? How do you feel being back up there?
Yeah, it's great. To be fair, playing at Southampton to playing up here now is just unbelievable. It's quality.
Yeah, British Open winner this year. How much help does that give you going into today form-wise?
Confident. If I can play the standard I played there and just be consistent, and I should be all right, yeah.
Yeah, and last one, it's week one of the phase. getting the job done early, get yourself to Champions Week? Does that mean a lot already?
Well, to be fair, last time I was here, I think I was first on I was top of the group on the first day, and I messed it up on the last day. But nah, hopefully this week I'll get the job done.
Well, one notable meeting between the pair, with Huntley winning 4-3 at last year's Welsh Classic. Colley may be looking for a little bit of revenge. Same format here, of course, a race to 4 legs. Let's see if he can put himself in the frame. Over to Paul and Matt.
Thanks, Murph. Game number 2 coming your way, and this is Reece Colley. West Midlands, of course. I'm sure you guessed that from the accent. He's up against the man who's quintessentially Welsh, and he's playing his 4th day of the week. Huntley can now start from scratch after failing to go through Group A. But that experience might stand him in good stead against the 23-year-old from Dudley. Promise I won't do that again in the next 5 minutes.
First leg, it's Michael to throw first. Game on.
You mentioned in the last game, or Murph put you on the spot and said give him one name. You gave him Martin Thomas. This was my pick.
60.
At the start of the day, and yesterday, Reece Colley. Been on a good upwards curve recently. And
45.
Nice pacey, rhythmy player. Enjoy watching him.
Yeah, it's actually my first time watching Reece play, and I already like what I see. He's definitely got
60.
the branding down pat. One thing, he must be an Aston Villa fan. Secondly, he's hitting a lot of 5s.
29.
Third, just like his nickname, that shirt is chaotic. But I like it.
I still think we could brand him
36.
better.
I think we should get onto that in a minute. But in the words of the great Heath Ledger, introduce a little chaos.
180.
Is he an agent of chaos?
100.
Well, these are chaotic darts to start with, aren't they? 45, 29, 180.
This guy is chaos.
140.
And I know I'm going to enjoy watching him play. I don't know why, but he looks a bit like Kirk Shepherd.
Oh, yeah.
83. Reece, you require
Why have I not
107.
seen this before?
He's like his little cousin. I mean that in a good way.
67.
He's got better technique than Kirk. If you're watching Kirk, all the very best. I hope I haven't seen you in a while. But yeah, it really does look like Kirk Shepherd.
42. Reece, you require 40.
All right, tops it is. For an incredibly chaotic 17 darter.
Yeah, that's
that'll
game
do.
short in the first leg. Reece Colley.
He's got confidence, this young man, and I like to see that from young dart players.
Second leg is Reece to throw first.
And he's got a
Game
nickname
on.
that doesn't start with the. That I like.
140.
Well, you say confidence. He's surely going to have some confidence when you look at Murphy at the very start there. Let us know that he just won the British Open.
60.
Now that is some title to win. I wrote down some names off the Roll of Honour to go through. It was first won by Alan Evans.
100.
Then we've got Cliff Lazarenko, Jockey Wilson, Eric Bristow, John Lowe, Bob Anderson, Raymond van Barneveld, Martin
85.
Adams, Dennis Priestley, Mervyn King, Gary Anderson. Could go on.
Hendo.
131.
These are off the top of my head. You've put me on the spot here.
Yeah, you haven't got the list. Huh?
Cameron Menzies.
Yes. 2018, I believe.
137. Reece, you require 130.
Scott Marsh.
Scott Mitchell. I think Scott Waits. had one as well.
94.
Yeah, I think we've said enough. But that is an esteemed list. And Reece has got to feel good about joining that list. I know times
22.
are very
Reece, you
different now
require
to the
36.
80s, for instance. But still, to put your name on that trophy and join that list, he could be in for a very, very
that's
stellar
game
career
short
and
in
a
the
stellar
second
time
leg.
of it too.
Reece Colley.
A 2-0 lead. A somewhat poisoned chalice this morning so far, but If we look at
Third
Reece
leg
Colley
is Michael to
and
throw
his
first.
experience
Game on.
with us, 45 games played, 18 wins for only a 40% win rate. Do you get the feeling, Matt, that that's going to
43.
improve this week?
Yeah, I think we dismiss that because I think he's a different player now to the player that first came here. And if we look at his stats and his averages from winning that British Open, started with an 80 average, 92, 93, 96, 91, 93, 91, 91. Tournament average of 91 and a half. That is based
41.
over about 8-10 hours worth of darts.
So he can do it over a course of time. And at the tender age of 23, you would expect him to be able to do that.
140.
I think he's the clear favourite to win this group. The bookies got him second favourite. Martin Thomas was 7-4 favourite. Reece Colley 13-5. Shane
100.
McGuirk 7-2. That was your outrights for this group. I think Reece Colley takes it.
I'm seeing evidence in this first game of his week
100.
that backs that up. He's not only got the 2-0 lead, but he's thoroughly outscoring his opponent so far.
140.
is
Reece require
struggling
121.
to take his average above the 75 mark. I don't mind that play. With Huntley on 177, the 25 is not a bad option.
81.
Got clear distance. After 12 darts has left tops. Running
100.
around about the 100
Reece
average
require
here, Reece.
40.
This is something we
Yeah,
know he
that's
can
game
do.
short in the third leg.
Goes
Reece
over the
Colley.
100 now with that tops. 50% on the doubles. Every single stat
Fourth leg is Reece to throw
suggests that
first.
Reece is
Game
going to be a
on.
danger, not just to this group, but to this week.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair assumption. What we will find out about him over the next couple of days is
97.
how is his engine compared to that British Open win? Because if you're winning 7-8 games in a day, you can obviously maintain something. But
85.
the thing about this format is that you may play games closer to each other. Now, I don't want to say that Colley is cantering to a victory here because we thought that of Shane
96.
McGuirk in the first game. And there are a lot of similarities between that game and this one. Colley is the younger of the two, playing against a Welshman over the age of 50.
41.
He's got a 3-0 lead. Colley will be hoping that it's not deja vu.
I picked Reece
46.
Colley up quite a lot. Really impressed with him. But there is one question mark that he has to answer for me today. And that's the last time he was here. He did this on day 1. He played
100.
fantastic. Came back on day 2 and was nothing like. Can he manage back-to-back days?
56.
Well, if he wants to make Champions Week, he's going to have to do it over 3 days. 2 daytime sessions and then an evening session on Saturday. And from my records, I don't see him making
55.
any Saturdays. Not in the games that he's had with us. So I think it's about time he did. And if he's going to make it, he's got to be in the top 2.
174.
Looks like he's going to be at the top of the tree with a 4-0 victory because Huntley has been left bereft by the scoring prowess of Colley.
65.
Looking good
Reece
for the
require
4-0 victory.
32.
Christmas reference there from Paul Nicholson. Top of the tree. He's going to be the
James
star
Shot and a match.
of this
Reece
group.
Colley.
He could well be, because that is a polished performance from Reece Colley, and that is why he's won that big title, the British Open. The British Open champion kicks off well, 4-0. Not only the performance, but that is a big start in the legs column as well. Solid performance there from Reece. Kicks his day off good. And next we have got Kevin Garcia, and we get to see our first look at Mark Graham.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here on Thursday. The first of a double session of darts here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And it was Reece Lightning in that last match, a 4-0 success for Reece Colley. 98.56 the average, a really good standard setter for the British Open champion. 4 out of 7 on the doubles, 5-ton 40s in there as well. Didn't even allow Michael Huntley to throw a single dart to win a leg. A really good display from Colley, and he could be one to watch in this group, as Matthew Edgar suggested he's winning the battle of the pundits in the commentary box right now as well. But attention turns to our third match. We'll have seen all of the players in action after this one, and it's Kevin Garcia taking on a debutant in Mark Graham. Garcia had a fantastic day yesterday, in fact, won 4 out of his 5 matches, only losing to Robert Owen, and that was 4-3 as well. Wins included this one against Jim McEwen, completing a wonderful 119 checkout, betting the bullseye to do so. Yeah, it was a really strong showing, a good finish to Group A for Garcia, and I'm sure he will be looking to carry on riding that wave, if you like. He takes on Mark Graham, a debutant here, the Welshman at the Super Series, the Butcher. I wonder what he does for a living. Well, he meets Kevin Garcia in this one. 2 points at stake. He's probably looking to avoid getting the chop at the end of Friday's session, etc., etc., etc. I'll let Matt Edgar and Paul Nicholson think of their own.
Oh, it's always more fun when you're here, Murph, honestly. Pun City. Brilliant. Love it. Love that performance as well from Colley in match 2, but it's a big warm welcome to Mark Graham. First time with us, up against Kevin Garcia, who, yes, he had a very much improved day on Wednesday, but his incremental improvement from Monday to Tuesday to Wednesday has been excellent, which is why your favourite bookmaker might give him a bigger fighting chance of making it through this group, where 2 players will go through, as opposed to 1 from Group A.
First leg, it's
Meyer is your referee once
Game
again.
on.
Big welcome to the big Dutchman. I'm sure he's feeling somewhat melancholy after Ajax got absolutely thrashed by Liverpool last night. Sorry, Marco.
120.
I'm not going to speculate that Kevin Garcia might be a Liverpool fan, but there is every likelihood he might be, because he's from that area of the world. But if he likes Tranmere or Everton, I do apologise.
137.
We don't know a massive deal about Mark Graham. We do know
100.
he's played in the recent WWF World Championship. Means going around Europe and the world, picking up ranking points. That's one thing we can see from Mark. He's a very well-travelled player.
180.
On his debut at Lakeside, he lost to Dave Prinz by 2-0.
45.
Averaged just a shade under 80. So I wasn't exactly sure what I was going to expect from him this morning, but we have heard from young talent James Beaton, who's talking him up via social media, said that Mark's got every chance of winning this group based on how he can play it, but it's not how you can play it, it's how you do
Mark,
play
you
it.
require 50.
Well, the best we have seen so far this week is an 11 darter. If you went for the bull there, he could have gone out in 10.
Yeah, that's game short in the first leg.
He matches up the 11 darter, which is the best we've seen so far this week. Robert Owen, Jim McEwen and Shane
Second
McGuirk
leg, it's Mark that's through
on
first.
that roll of honour so far. Mark Graham hits the ground running. 11 darter to break the throw.
I hate to break the positivity, but I had my best leg a couple of weeks ago with my very first leg as well. It was all downhill from there. But I'm sure Mark's not going to be in that sort of boat.
100.
Garcia was pointless on Monday, 4 points on Tuesday, 8 points yesterday. He can't carry on the trend. He can't get 12 points today. But I tell you what,
81.
If you were to offer him 8 points now, he'd have your hand off. But it's going to be tricky for him to do that. He'll have to go through the likes of
93.
Graham, the likes of McGuirk and Colley, who have already got a win today. And I'm not going to forget about the Welsh lads in Huntley and Thomas as well. A very Welsh heavy group here.
41.
Thought you might have carried on one trend though, and that was the butcher puns that Chris Murphy started.
There's time. There's plenty of
96.
time. I know my cuts of meat. You'll be hoping he's more of a prime rib than a rump.
Just thinking, actually, it's day 4, and I haven't told a terrible joke yet.
Give it. Go on. I'm waiting for one.
25.
Well, Kevin will be hoping he gets off to a decent start. But Graham's nicked the darts away from him already in this match.
83.
You know, we spoke about Reece Colley looking a bit like Kirk Shepherd. I've got a bit of a look-alike for Mark Graham.
Pete Hudson.
95.
No, I was gonna give him something way better than
98.
that. Brian Ferry. He was the lead singer of Roxy Music. It's because of the hair.
58.
If it was a bit longer, it would look a bit more like Brian
92.
Ferry, but he's got that look about him. 17 for Bull. Even better, double 8.
76. Mark, you
Miscount.
require
I
40.
honestly thought for a second that I might have got that wrong, but I didn't. He did.
Yeah, that's game short in the second leg.
Well, the more I
Mark
see from
Graham.
Mark Graham in this match, he's currently averaging 96.97 for 2 legs. This
Third
is
leg, it's
encouraging.
Giving a throw first. Game on.
And maybe that message I got from James Beaton via Twitter is giving us a decent outlook of the chances of Graham.
136.
Said Mark Graham is very well travelled. Travels around quite a bit, and sometimes you get that experience. I
40.
actually had a bit of experience of travelling myself, actually. Just yesterday, a local came up to me and asked me for directions. I was like, that I'll try and help, see what I can do. He says,
99.
is there a B&Q in Portsmouth? I says, no. There's a P, an O, an R, T.
180.
Where's my tumbleweed button?
We've got to get one, haven't we?
133.
Nobody beats Mark Webster when it comes to dad jokes. He's an absolute ninja at it.
97.
Well, you asked
Kevin,
for
you
one.
require 133.
You can deliver.
You can sort us out another one later.
59.
Well, Mark's not going to get first crack at a double, you feel, in this leg, but he can put maximum pressure on.
87. Kevin, you
Somewhat
require
lurchy
74.
action he's got is somewhat reminiscent of another good English player called Nigel
Yeah, that's
Hayden.
game short in the
But he doesn't
third
get a
leg.
shot at a double
Kevin
in the third
Garcia.
leg because Garcia's already taken it out. Beautifully done. 74 and 2. You can't do any better than that.
Forward leg is Mark to throw first. Game on.
It's interesting when he pulls the dart back. I don't know why I do this now. But I'm so
59.
hypercritical of dart players' throws. And when he pulls it back, he doesn't actually bring the point up level. He keeps the point
57.
facing down. So that is just going to make the dart flick and waver in the air.
Is that why sometimes he runs the risk of darts deflecting off
41.
previous shots and maybe doing things like that?
Yeah, because he's not getting a true arc of the dart, is he? Because the dart's got to level out in the air first. So he's
97.
relying on the flight to act like a parachute to sort of stabilise it in the air.
That's pretty perfect.
95.
He does have the capability of getting them really close together with that tapered barrel, which some players prefer. And as you can see from this equipment, that's not what Garcia has. He's got a
99.
somewhat pencil-style barrel that has a real nub at the end of it, which can cause some deflections, but some people need that at the end of the dart for their grip.
99.
Also gives you a very expensive bill when it comes to flights. because you are going to chew them up a lot more.
That'll be why
81.
he's using flight protectors at the top of his setup there. If
51.
you think it's
Giving
just
you
three
require
components when it comes to darts
167.
these days, you'd be wrong. Point, barrel, stem, flight, and miscellaneous.
59.
There's
Mark,
always
you
one
require
other piece in there somewhere.
156.
I wonder if Jim McEwen's going to have changed his flights by the time Group B starts this evening.
Ooh,
60.
that's a
Giving you
really good
require
call. I think he's going to have a
108.
new set tonight.
By the looks of it, I've had a new set since about 1996.
56.
Or
Mark,
maybe
you
he said to
require
himself, I'm not going to
96.
change them until Steve Beaton wins his next world title. Have a double 18 for Mark.
Yeah, that's game
And that
short
is
in
a
the
classy
forward line.
96 out.
Mark Graham.
Yes, his average has come down a bit, but it's still over 90.
Fifth flag,
This
it's
is a good
Kevin to throw
performance.
first. Game on.
We talked about the travelling nature of Mark Graham. He's been to the Northern Ireland match play, made the last 16 there. Been to the Spanish Open, the
131.
British Open, the FCD Anniversary Open. That was in Barcelona, I believe. He made the quarterfinals there. That was a tournament, I believe, that was won
58.
by Shane McGuirk. He was in this group. He's been to Belgium. Obviously, he went to the Welsh Open. He lost out to
81.
Mark Leighton in that tournament, who we saw in week 12 of qualifying for the last stage. So he has been around a bit.
100.
And in previous times, he's been to places like Slovakia, the Isle of Man. He did all right in Slovakia, actually. Lost out in the
59.
semi-finals to the WDF World Champion Neil Duff.
You wouldn't mind having some of his air miles, would you? He gets around a bit.
46.
You've got to make the most of travelling. You've got to be a voucher vulture and collect the miles and things like that. It come in handy. I remember
60.
John Part was travelling so much for the Premier League from Canada back to the UK and Europe all the time. Gary Mawson used to do the same. The amount of flights they used to get for free.
41. Giving you require
was remarkable.
170.
We had a 170 this week from Jim McEwen, who did it off the back of a 180. For that
98.
very rare 350 in 6. It's the darting albatross.
$96. Giving you requires 72.
Mid-80s average here for Garcia.
32. Mark, you require
It's a question
160.
of whether he comes back or does Mark Graham have the knockout punch. There, he's missed.
40.
It's something we haven't said
Giving
a
you
lot about
require
anybody
40.
in this game when it comes down to the doubles. Mark Graham had 4 attempts, hit 3.
Yeah, that's game shot in
Garcia
the fifth flag.
gets his second
Kevin
one.
Garcia.
Holds his throw. And we look at, like you say, that
Six
upwards
flag, it's
trajectory
Mark
of
to throw
Kevin Garcia.
first.
He's got
Game
better
on.
as the week's gone on. And barring a couple of missed doubles there, he's sustaining that mid-80s level of performance.
Yes, he is. And that mid-80s level of performance
97.
will do some damage. Now, I've got a query here, because I have used a very similar point
100.
in my darts in the past that Kevin is using here, but not the end of the point. It is a very interesting innovation which sees the point have 3 sides to it.
98.
It's a very grippy top piece joining the barrel, but towards the end, the part that goes in the board, it's actually a 3-sided point. It's not cylindrical.
98.
Do you see any sort of benefit with that?
When it comes to equipment, I'm not great with, especially points. But it's interesting because I did listen to Simon Whitlock
80.
once talking about points. And he talks about once you get over the knuckle of the point, it's gripped. And I don't see how that would work with a 3-sided
46.
point.
It's an interesting innovation, but as to the scientific reasoning as to what benefit it would give you, I'm pretty ignorant in that department. I'm just curious, though.
If anyone is a bit of an equipment boffin, please do get in touch.
41. Mark, you require
at
101.
MSS Darts. Or you can catch me on my personal one at the Edgar 501.
49.
Garcia would love to get his first max here.
100.
There's a look of urgency about him, which has never really left his face all week. But Mark Graham, for a debut win, needs tops. That's only the second dart he's missed at a double.
32.
Make that 3.
Kevin, you require 116.
Well, that's the hardest one, isn't it? That's the one that gets you your first 2 points on the board. Kevin Garcia's been mopping these up this week, but he won't do this one.
76. Mark,
So
you require
Graham
20.
comes back to get the job done.
That is not a good shot.
Game.
But that
shot,
one is good
and a
enough.
match.
Just
Mark
about
Graham.
in the top left corner. And Mark Graham, on debut, takes out Kevin Garcia and inflicts his second defeat in a couple of days. So Kevin not getting off to his optimum start, but after Mark Graham started very, very buoyantly in the first couple of legs, averaging around 97, it came down, but ultimately he did enough to give himself a lead and chances in that 6th leg. So he starts with 2 points. Kevin Garcia will be back a little bit later to take on Reece Colley in round number 2. Speaking of round 2, it will start after the break with Martin Thomas in an all-Welsh battle against Michael Huntley.
Know the roots.
Just about that, we were just going to try and whet your appetite for Saturday night here at the Super Series, where you can join us. We'll get that video out later in the show. But yeah, you can be here in this arena behind me Saturday night. Tickets available from dartshop.tv. A full house in for Champions Week finals last week, won of course by Conan Whitehead, and that's what they're all playing for here at the Super Series. The winner of each week goes through to finals week, where the winner will pick up £20,000. Well, let's reflect on the match we saw before the break when Mark Graham got a 4-2 victory against Kevin Garcia. Graham with an 11-darter in his first leg at the Super Series. What a start for him on debut, and he never looked back, went on to win with a pretty dominant performance. Couldn't live up to that standard, but who can for an entire match? 6 legs, played at a decent standard by the Butcher, and he managed to get the better of Garcia, who, as Paul said in commentary, lost for just the second time in the last couple of days. The only man to beat him yesterday was the man who won the group, Robert Owen, so maybe good omens there for Mark Graham. Well, attention now turned to an all-Welsh affair between Martin Thomas and Michael Huntley. Both of them, of course, losing their opening matches this morning. Thomas 4-3, he went down to Shane McGuirk. Will be maybe happy with the way he ended that match and trying to carry on and turn some decent stuff into a victory in this one. But Huntley, well, there weren't many positives to take from that first one, but he can try and put it behind him and move on. Thomas, a very experienced player here at the Super Series. This will be his 102nd game in it. Huntley, of course, making his debut just earlier this week as one of the ADC qualifiers. And if you are an amateur darts player yourself, do check out the ADC website and social media for details of how you yourself, never mind being the audience, could be on that stage as part of that partnership with the amateur darts circuit. So without further ado, we're going to get the action underway for the first of this second round of matches in Group C. Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar will talk you through it.
Thanks, Murph. Yes, into round 2 we go then, and an all-Welsh clash. It won't be the only all-Welsh clash. In fact, we will have 3 of them today. These guys have to take on Mark Graham as well. That will come a little bit later. But an opportunity for Michael Huntley to respond after losing 4-0 to Reece Colley in match 2. And the 50-year-old from up near Aberystwyth is trying to get his first point as well, because he almost got there against Shane McGuirk in match 1, just left himself with a little too much to do in the end. Oh, I like to see the fact that the Welsh flag is represented on the table.
First leg, it's Martin to throw first.
I was literally looking at that table, and I was going to ask you, because I know you're someone who likes to keep things neat and tidy, and you're big for table etiquette. And it looked like they both just walked on and threw their stuff in the direction of the table. And I was going to ask you that, and then he's gone and just folded it off a bit. Looks a bit tidier.
Yeah, nobody folds a towel
100
better than Robert Thornton. I bet you never expected me to say that. You want to see the great Scottish player with a towel. Honestly, it's like he was coached by Mr. Miyagi.
85.
It's so therapeutic to watch. It's like some sort of ritual. It's incredible.
Maybe next time we get some bonus content to how to fold a towel with Robert Thornton.
See, there you go. A YouTube video in the making. Robert Thornton teaches you how to fold your towels.
85.
Amazing what you can come up with when you know a few top players and what their habits are.
100.
Sure, Robert Thornton would like to be known for something better, though, than folding towels.
Something like senior match play champion, senior world champion, UK Open champion, world master,
91.
Grand Prix champion,
One of the
former top 4 in the world player.
Only 3 players to hit a 9-darter at the Grand Prix.
We could go on and on, and that's why he's an all-time great. But this is no Welsh battle. That's a great first dart. He was hopeful.
100. Michael, you require 156.
Similar finish here, but there's only one route for 156. There's actually a couple for 160,
19.
isn't there? Could go 60 ball.
Martin, you require 60.
I've got to try and remember it. I think it's 7. There's 7 finishers in darts that you can only take out one way.
Well, this one, you've got a few options. This is the best way, though.
Yeah, that's game short in the first leg.
Lovely start from Martin, and a better start than his first game, where he was 3-0 down, using that experience.
Second
like
leg,
Murph mentioned,
Michael
this is his 102nd game in his Super Series career. Come on, Matt, you've got to the end of this game to write all them down. 3,
2,
2.
140.
170. 167. 156.
That's 5.
180.
There are others.
There are more. I'm sure there are.
121.
I can hear your mind clicking over.
153.
180.
Pause that thought. Because there are a few ways you can get a 141. The best way to get it is when you've got
141.
only one visit to go for a 9 darter. Oh, you teased us, didn't you, Martin? Look at Huntley, though. He's not out of this leg.
Michael, you require 157.
So at the start of the day, Martin Thomas is probably the most likely player to hit 180s in this group.
45.
Is it 4
Martin, you require
already?
81.
2 in this game, 2 in his first. So far.
Double 12.
Yeah, that's game
That is
short in the
very
second
good.
leg.
11
Martin
darter
Thomas.
to back up his first leg.
Third leg,
This
it's
is
Martin
an
who throw
incredible
first.
beginning
Game on.
to this game, but a nightmare for Huntley, who has lost 6 straight legs this morning. And you look at him at the back of the stage, you feel sympathy for him because he's lifted his performance in this game, but still he's losing consecutive
100.
legs. I think 153 is one of those shots, isn't it? Because 60, treble 19, double 18.
Yeah.
54
180.
that leaves 99, so yeah, it's got to be 153.
I think there's another one.
80.
Well, Huntley's got his first max of this match.
60.
Backs it up with a trebleless visit, meaning that Thomas has lost the throw in this leg, but is only a dart behind.
48.
Just been told it's 156.
156, 170, 2 and 3. I think Chris Murphy's
41.
in communication with us right now, and we're talking about there being only one route as opposed to having 2 routes with the same trebles. We're counting 167 because you have to have a treble 19 and a treble 20 for the ball.
64.
Doesn't matter which order you get them.
I tried that loophole when I first heard it. I was like, no, because you could go treble 19, treble 20 ball. It reminds me of when we used to play locally. When I was growing up, we used to always get sausage, chips and beans.
140.
And I remember complaining one night, saying, can we not have sausage, chips and beans? They went, okay, Matt, next week we're not going to have sausage, chips and beans. And I've gone in there, and they've gave me
60.
sausage, chips and beans.
Michael,
I said,
you
I thought we were having
require
it this week. They
80.
said, no, you got beans, sausage and chips.
That's semantics.
60.
Narrow
Martin,
miss
you
on top for
require
Huntley to get his first leg of the
149.
day. This would hurt Huntley a lot. But he is going to get a look at double 10.
125. Michael, you require 20.
We don't want to see people getting bageled all the time. Come on, Mike. Let's see a double 5.
Yeah, that's
Great
game
hit.
short
Well
in the
done.
third leg. Michael Huntley.
Didn't give a double, the double in the opening game against Reece Colley. Reece Colley ran away with that one.
Forward
4-0.
leg, it's Michael to throw first. Game on.
It's 3 darts at a double in that leg and gets it with a third one. And most importantly, that's a breaker throw.
I'm going to throw something at your way because I'm a fan of Halloween. I'm not sure you are. But if you were going to dress Martin Thomas
121.
in anything for Halloween and Michael Huntley, what would you do for them?
Umpa lumpa.
99.
Probably should have thought about that a bit longer.
No,
shouldn't
I didn't think you were going to say that. I was going to put Martin Thomas as Thomas the Tank Engine. Thomas the Tank, you see? And here's one out of left field for you. 'Cause he's got a bit
140.
of spiky hair and he's got a bit of a mean look about him. Not that he's mean, he's an absolute teddy bear, is Mike Huntley. but I'd dress him as
121.
from a great Japanese movie called Death Note. If you've never seen that, the modern version's got the voice of
24.
Willem Dafoe, which tells you a lot, but now that is a scary character.
Based on the result of this game, if Michael Huntley wins, if Martin Thomas is going to be the Umpa-Lumpa,
96.
Michael Huntley would have to be Willy Wonka.
Wouldn't he have to be Charlie, because doesn't he get the factory at the end?
81.
Good point, good point. What would you give Chris Murphy,
What, as in chocolates?
as in outfit?
65.
I'd make him look like
Michael,
Chris
you require
Waddle in a Sheffield
135.
Wednesday. 1990 strip. He's almost got the hair. But Michael Huntley did not get the bullseye there.
Martin, you require 120.
Thomas has the option of 3 double tops here if he wants to go full-on Greg Ritchie or Jose de Souza, but he's going the traditional 60-20 route and narrowly misses out.
$45. Michael, you require
This is for a
33.
level game. Which a couple of legs ago, Martin Thomas was running away with this. And that is a good lie, just to slide alongside.
Martin, you require
Wasn't able to
75.
take it. Martin Thomas has had 3 darts at double and hit 2. He should get another one here.
55. Michael, you require
Micro
32.
frustration there from Micro Martin.
Yeah, that's game
And it
short
is
in the fourth
2-2.
leg. Michael
Bit of a
Huntley.
slugfest this one. Thomas is maintaining a really good standard of a 90.46
Fifth leg,
average.
it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Huntley still maintaining that mid-80s range, which you mentioned, Matt. He has pretty much been living there the whole week, hasn't he?
100.
Yeah, when we look at the averages of the people before they've played today and what they've shown here so far, there's only Martin Thomas that's gone above the 85. The rest of them, Shane McGuirk 84, Kevin Garcia 84,
100.
Huntley 83, Reece Colley 83, but I put a line through that completely because this is a different Reece Colley.
26.
I love how Martin Thomas got the full zoom there on 2 treble ones. That was a complete hipster thing to do.
121.
Well, it could have either been the 9, which could have clipped up and put all over Twitter again, or it could have been the right-handed 180.
100.
Or maybe somebody will get the zoom on double 4 today and we'll shout something very familiar now. I always liked
64.
when Chris Murphy, actually, who was a fantastic commentator for the sport, categorized hitting a 25 as getting on the green but not in the hole.
84.
It's one of my favorite darting sayings.
I think Martin Thomas is in danger of beating himself up, literally up there. Punched himself
70.
again.
He does tend to do that kind of thing. Maybe not to the extreme of Aaron Monk, who used to punch himself in the head. Oh, to be in the brain of a dart player for a few
85.
hours.
Michael, you require
It's a somewhat
146.
jumbled place.
It's an odd one, isn't it? Like, you'd think the last person you'd
60.
want to hit is yourself.
Martin, you require 106.
This is what Martin wants to hit. Doesn't find the requisite treble that he needs to leave a double.
98. Michael,
So
you
Huntley's got the
require
chance
86.
of turning this one around. It was 2-0 down. That makes things a bit harder.
And you asked
70.
for a double 4.
Martin, you require 8.
Here's your moment.
Martin Thomas now teeing off. 4. Still 4.
Yeah, that's
There it
game
is.
short in the fifth flag. Martin Thomas.
Hits the fairway, and he's 3-2 up.
You didn't have to wait long, did
Six
you?
flag, it's
Literally
Michael to throw first.
teed it
Game
up,
on.
and then it happened.
It's as if I knew. I promise you I didn't. This is not a replay. This is live.
134.
I wouldn't be surprised if Martin plays a bit of golf. Most of the Welsh lads who play a good game of darts who
140.
can be quite crafty with a golf club as well. Mike Warburton's a very good golfer. And a very good dart player too.
95.
One game I've just not really took to. Like, I played it once or twice, but the windmill always gets me, and then the clown just gets in the way every time.
140.
You duck egg. And Johnny Clayton's a very avid golfer when he's got time. He's doing a million things at once as JC. But it's the perfect thing, in my opinion, throughout the summer for a dart player to do when they want to get away from action. Fresh air.
100.
Free up the body a little bit, because dart players spend a lot of time indoors. It's a lot trickier during the winter because the weather in Northern Europe
60.
tends to get very
Martin, you
cold.
require 121.
Michael Huntley's going to be feeling very cold if he loses this leg. And he might do. If he doesn't take the 112, he's now backed into
81.
a corner.
Michael,
Let's see if he
you
can
require
come out swinging.
112.
I'd love to have known the thoughts that was going through Martin Thomas' head there that he's pondering. He might have to ponder another leg.
That's game short on his 6th line.
Michael Huntley was
Michael
taking a few of these
Huntley.
out yesterday. When he gets on form and he starts throwing a little bit firmer, he starts taking these sort of shots.
7th and
He's
final
dangerous in
leg.
that
It's
sort of
Martin to
range.
throw first.
Seems to more like
Game
the problem
on.
when he's got time on his hands.
Well, in a wrestling sense, there's only one way to describe that beautiful 112. That was classy Freddie Blassie.
100.
I'd say it was stunning.
Who's going to win this match now?
45.
And when is it going to be RK over?
You knew it was coming.
96.
Any famous Welsh wrestlers? There was one in the Nexus, wasn't there? Very muscly lad.
Wade Barrett, was it? No. he-
One
No,
of
Wade
them
Barrett was from
40.
Preston. Mason, was it?
Mason Ryan.
I think so. He was a very big, muscly lad.
58.
Didn't amount to much, which is a bit of a shame. But then again, you think about some of the people from Wales who
64.
have gone on to be world famous, like Catherine Zeta-Jones, Anthony Hopkins, Richard Burton, Catherine Jenkins.
Well, if we look at
One on them
Clash of
40.
Castle. WWE's big event they put on over here, we'd have to say Drew McIntyre, if I was actually Scottish, was billed as the homecoming in Wales.
100.
2 countries
Martin, you
away.
require
Bit
107.
weird, that. Come on, Martin. You got a chance to win 4-3 this time as opposed to losing 4-3. Double 14.
79. Michael, you require 152.
Well, it was a 112 in the previous leg to save the match. This is a big ask. Too big on this occasion.
40.
So Martin wants
Martin,
the
you
Mensa.
require 28.
Wipes his hands on his Welsh flag towel. And he hit the red of the 14s. Shuffles to the right.
14.
Comes a bit low. Michael Huntley
you
took this
require
112 to save
112.
the game. Can he now do it to win the game?
Feel good factor around this finish. Same result. Same double.
80.
But this time he misses.
Martin, you require 14.
Now, believe it or not, this might be a favourable double for Martin if he misses low.
Game.
But he doesn't.
Shot.
And on his
match,
5th match
Martin
start, he
Thomas.
gets the job done. Unfortunately for Huntley, it is 2 straight defeats to start off Group C, so he's going to have to recover quickly. He gave an almighty fight, though, and credit to him for doing that. But it's Martin Thomas who gets off the mark in match number 4, and he wins by 4 legs to 3 with an average in the sort of range that is going to do damage in this group. More from a Welsh player in the next match, in match 5. It's Mark Graham up against Shane McGuirk, who's had a bit of a break since winning in match 1. That's coming right up.
Hi there, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen the first win of the day for Martin Thomas, the Welshman, a 4-3 success after a 4-3 defeat for Thomas earlier today, but it does mean 2 defeats from 2 for Michael Huntley. It took Thomas 5 match starts to get over the line in the end, but he did that and picked up his first points. 112 checkout, the highest of the match, going the way of the defeated Huntley. But the 2 maximums, 3-1-4, his power scoring from Thomas helped him earn himself a few more opportunities, and he picks up the points in that one. Match 5 is Mark Graham, another Welshman on debut here at the Super Series against Shane McGuirk. Both of them won their opening matches. McGuirk won 4-3 against Thomas in that first one, and he also beat Robert Owen twice this week. And yesterday, he took out a 105 checkout to go 3-0 up on Robert Owen, who of course went on to win Group A. McGuirk was looking to make it a perfect record against Stack Attack, and this fabulous finish set him on his way, but he actually ended up losing this match. Owen reeled off the next 4 legs to finally get a win over McGuirk. As for Graham, it was a fantastic start to life at the Super Series for him, an 11-darter in his very first leg, and he went on to win 4-2 against Kevin Garcia. So which way will this one go? A pair of players looking to be at the top of the table after the second round of matches. It is McGuirk against Graham, and Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar will talk you through it.
Thanks again, Chris. Game number 5, which will signify the end of the first third of action for Thursday's daytime session. We will have some evening action from 10 o'clock tonight, live on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. But it's time for the 27-year-old from Monaghan once again to try and double his tally. The same applies for Mark Graham of Wales. Interesting times, because we don't have a great deal of experience on the stage. In fact, this is only the second performance for Mark. So far undefeated.
First leg, it's Mark to throw first. Game on.
Both players undefeated today. Both kicked off well. Shane McGuirk looked like he was going to race to a 4-0 lead. Did that yesterday as well and then got pegged back.
55.
But Robert Owen completed the job on that turnaround and ended up beating him 4-3. Today, he found that incredible 12-dart leg.
60.
The last one to see him through. Is that a sign of now starting to really settle into the environment? And obviously having a fresh start as well.
I don't know whether you've caught this, Matt, but that dart shirt of Mark Graham is playing with my eyes. From different angles, it looks like it's moving. It's like one of those paintings when you go past and you think that the eyes are following you around the room.
Just having a look at Case Watch there for... He's moved it again. It's
Hashtag Case Watch. If you want to get in touch with us at MSS Darts, it has moved again.
Not propped it up facing the camera this time, has he? Maybe we need to show him all the
121.
Are you someone who takes anything superstitious up on the stage to the table, or is it just the equipment and the spares that you need?
Yeah, I don't believe in superstitions as such. I did do a tweet not long ago about other people's darting superstitions to see what people do. Some very strange ones.
You got any good ones?
A lot of them come around practice, actually, and it's like people can't leave the board until they've hit like 100 or
54.
Something good.
Mark, you
I used to do that.
86.
I used to always go for a 92 finish when I was doing my 9 practice darts. 3 different ways.
78.
Missed the fairway on double 4. McGuirk will be hoping that he doesn't go the same way as yesterday after a good performance
46.
in his first game,
Mark,
albeit
you
with a
require
defeat.
8.
His performance level dipped quite quickly after that first game. Double 2.
4. Shane, you require 126.
So we'll be starting on the 19s. Needs 4 of them at least. There's 3. That gives him a dart at the ball. That is
82.
a little bit
Mark, you
wild.
require 4.
Bit like his back leg. Oh, this is obviously tricky for Graham to find.
2.
Too tricky.
Shane, you require 44.
This is a freebie. Shouldn't have had this look.
Yeah, that's
But it
game
is a
short in
look
the first leg.
That looks
Shane
very
McGuirk.
good. Bit of a bonus leg there for Shane. That wasn't happening yesterday.
Second leg, it's Shane to throw first. Game on.
Shane was the third favourite to win this group. He's only going to beat
95.
the favourite, Martin Thomas.
Have your opinions changed about who you think is going to come through this group? Or have they been improved
25.
by what you've seen so far today?
Nothing has changed my mind at all. I think I know who's going to be taking this one.
55.
Still think Reece Colley's going to be top of the tree?
Absolutely.
Are you going to embellish on what you think his image should be in the next match? Something to do with a very
81.
fashionable vegetable right now?
Yeah, we'll share some branding with you in the next one.
99.
I'm with you, though. I don't think anything's changed. I still think it's going to be Colley and Martin Thomas. That's all respect to the other players, but I just get the feeling that something is brewing with those two. And they will play each other in game 11 today, so we'll have a lot more information before they play each other. But there we have the backed up Max.
180.
Beautifully done there by Shane, who was given a bit of fortune in leg 1, but made his own fortune there after the brilliant Max
15.
from Graham.
Shane, you require
He gets
72.
one back and gives himself the first look at winning leg 2.
That was the 11th max of the day so far. And we're only in game 5.
40.
So plenty of 180s going in. There are 2 11-dart legs. One of them was by Mark Graham.
His first leg
77. Shane, you
of the day.
require 32.
And there was evidence of that collision possibility when his dart goes to the board.
No score.
Well,
Mark, you
well,
require 123.
19's first on 123.
Can't do it from here.
55.
So
Shane, you
McGuirk's
require
gonna have a chance
32.
to extend his lead. He's missed 3 darts here already. Gonna need 3.
24.
Gonna need another 3.
Mark, you require
can't do that.
68.
You can't miss 6 clean darts at a double. More often than not, you are going to be punished.
Yeah, that's
And
game
he is
short in the
punished.
second leg. Mark
So
Graham.
the slate is wiped clean after that first leg dumping.
Third leg is Mark
Classy
to throw
68
first.
checkout to
Game
get things
on.
square after 2.
You said in the first leg it was a freebie going at that 44. And that was the same there, wasn't it? It was a
41.
freebie chance that almost would have no pressure on it whatsoever because you wouldn't expect to have got a shot at that 68.
121.
I don't know whether you saw that there, Matt, but that first dart was feathered towards the board, but the next 2 were thrown with some real vigour. That's what Shane needs to do now. He's got to give a bit of oomph
22.
to these darts to give them every chance of finding the 60. The way he throws them, if he somewhat casually flicks them through the air, they
100.
will go low and right. Bit like that.
Yeah, it's to do with that rotation in the body, isn't it? With Shane, if we have a look at the back leg, especially on dart 1, when that comes behind that balance, it's just
21.
rotating everything. Now the leg comes back. And as the leg goes that way, it's going to turn the body, which means you need a strong arm to counteract that.
121.
You've got to have a strong core as well, because if your body naturally starts twisting because your leg is moving, I think what you should focus on with the next scoring visit from Shane, it might not be in this leg, But look at his right shoulder and look at his right
25.
ribs and look at how they're moving. Look at the dots on his shirt changing position. That is a complete change of position before the dart is thrown.
57.
It might be something he's really used to, but if he is going to be more consistent in the future, maybe that's something he can address. And it would be an easy fix as well.
180.
Absolutely. It's probably not
Shane, you
even
require
aware of
102.
Either if he's doing it or why he's doing it. So you've always got to look at the why.
Yeah, that's
That
game
is a
short
great
in the
finisher
third
for the
line.
amount of darts he
Shane
missed in the
McGuirk.
last leg. To wrap that up with the first time of asking, 102 finish. That shows, remember the word
Forward
bounce
leg,
back
it's Shane to
ability?
throw first.
It's a
Game
somewhat
on.
unfashionable word now, isn't it?
How that ever made the dictionary, I don't know.
Are we trying to resurrect it?
Well,
134.
living in the 90s.
Well, before smartphones and when you needed about 50 minutes just to get on the internet.
180.
That's back-to-back 180 scores for Mark Graham in 2 different legs. Maybe he's figured out what he was doing wrong earlier in the match.
140.
What was the best thing about the 90s then for you, if you're a bit of a 90s person?
Oh, so many things. Here we had SummerSlam 92, Euro 96,
125.
Power Rangers, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Saved by the Bell. Oh, so much.
I'm really glad I asked that question. I wasn't expecting about 6 answers.
Could give you another load. Getting, remember you used to get bits like in your cereal, or you used to get those like football pogs in your Whatsits.
61. Shane, you require
Mountain Dew was in
127.
the UK. The birth of Cherry Coke.
How have you not got your own show about this?
55.
I'll
Mark, you
watch it.
require 135.
Fascinating. 60 for Bull.
99.
Yeah, that's a good approach.
Shane, you require
If
72.
Shane wants to win this by a margin, these are the shots he's going to need to take. On top of that 102 he's already had. But you can't miss the single.
He carves out so many opportunities. Works
32.
so hard
Mark,
to
you
get into good
require
positions. Then
36.
just goes, here you go, mate. Have another
Yeah,
one.
that's game short in the fourth line.
Oh, that
Mark
was a good
Graham.
leg there from Mark Graham. 13 darts. Both of them showing very good bounce back ability.
Fifth leg, it's Mark to throw first. Game on.
I'll tell you one of my favourite things about the 90s. Italia 90.
The game or the actual...
The whole thing.
Because I remember they made a game on the Mega Drive.
81.
And literally, like slide tackle, you just go straight through people. You just carry on. There was no fouls on the game.
Well, that was a great console.
140.
But Italia 90. Anybody of my age would say that's the best World Cup by a very, very long way. It had everything.
For me, it was Euro
60.
96, but partly down to the merchandise that you used to get as well. You used to get the pen with the football on top of it. And
I worked at Euro 96.
you're probably going to get a tweet from my missus soon. Because
60.
as much as she doesn't mind it too much, she also hates the fact that I'm stuck in the 90s and I collect so much memorabilia from that era.
Oh, another 180 for Mark Graham. That's 4
180.
in the match. Well, just don't hit another one in this leg, Mark. Otherwise, you'll get a reputation like Dirk van Dijvenbode and Damon Hetta, who have bust them before.
He hit a 180 in his opening game as well.
Don't do it, Mark. Don't do it, Mark.
140.
Oh, it's a great 140. Filled with relief from the asset.
Tell you what, you was warned, wasn't you? You received a text message saying Mark
82.
Graham can play.
Mark, you require 40.
He had a 13 darter in the last leg. He's had 4 180s. And they are 2 well-thrown darts.
Yeah, that's
That's
game
a
short in the
15
fifth
darter.
flag.
To
Mark
back
Graham.
up the 13 darter, the 4 180s, the 3 140s. If it
Sixth
wasn't for
flag,
the
it's
fact
Shane to throw first.
that he's missed
Game
9
on.
darts at a double, that average would probably be in the high 80s.
On the first couple of legs, which were taken by Shane McGuirk,
100.
Mark Graham was not scoring very well. And yes, he had a couple of 180s, but it was the scores in between that were pretty
41.
ordinary, but he has seemed to have fixed the whole consistency problem since then.
In this group, what do you envision
100.
being the amount of points needed to get through?
14 for second spot. I think 16 plus for the top spot.
85.
So you can only realistically lose 3.
Yeah, I would say so. Unless we're going to have 4 people scrapping with the same points. I mean,
58.
we could see somebody go through with 12 if we've got 3 or 4 players on the same mark.
By that logic, then,
66.
if Reece Colley beats Kevin Garcia in the next game, we're close to losing 2 players already because Michael Huntley's lost both his games. If Kevin Garcia can't beat Reece Colley in the next, they'll already have
140.
lost 2 of their potential games. And if we're only saying they can lose 3, they're going to have to go almost into knockout darts pretty early.
59. Shane, you
Never know,
require
that might suit them.
103.
We've had our fair share of 4 threes this week already. We've had 2 today so far. And we're going
that's
to
game
get
short
another
of the
one.
6 leg. Shane McGuirk.
If you like tight darts matches, you've come to the right place.
7-10 final leg. It's Mark the throw first.
How often do
Game
you
on.
see this from Shane where combination, fine, he gets 3 darts, misses it, gets another 3, misses it.
41.
Process time. The time that you've got to walk back knowing you're coming back just for that 1 dart. The time you're standing behind your opponent.
140.
Is it over-processing or is it that thing that sometimes when things look easy, they're actually harder?
Yeah, that's fair enough to say. We used to say about players like Yella Class
59.
and even MVG that they were better at combination finishing than 3 darts at 1 double. It's not something that is alien to a lot of
140.
fast players. And I would classify Shane as a fast player because he doesn't stop and aim. He just flings. A 5th maximum?
190.
Give it a bit of the old Jockey Wilson follow through there as well.
Gotta say, so far this leg though from Shane McGuirk is class. He went 3-all in the opening and went out in 12 darts.
121.
And he's on for doing so again. He's on for actually an 11 darter here.
Yeah, that single 1 didn't hurt him. It still left him on a 2 darter. Trouble is needed for Mark if he wants to get to a finish. He does get a treble 19. Great switch. But I know what I'd rather have. I'd rather have the first poke and the easier out, which 100 is.
He's going to get 2 darts to get this wrapped up. Could be a 12 darter again.
Game.
That
shot
is
and the
class
match. Shane
from
McGuirk.
Shane McGuirk. Again, he goes 4-3, but at 3-all in his opening game against Martin Thomas, he went out in 12. And at 3-all in his game against Mark Graham, he goes out in 12 with a 100 finish as well to boot. Absolutely brilliant there from Shane McGuirk. And he puts himself onto 4 points. Someone else who's going to be looking to go onto 4 points is Reece Colley. Reece Colley is coming up next, and he'll be taking on Kevin Garcia.
Well, it's been a pretty decent start, I'd say. Paul Nicholson, would you agree?
Absolutely. I've been really buoyed by the fact that some of the players playing from the last 3 days have come here with a bit of vigour and a bit of confidence. Unfortunately for Mike Huntley, it hasn't gone his way, but I think Shane McGuirk's going to be feeling very happy with his start this morning.
Well, let's look at the stats from that last match. Shane McGuirk winning it 4-3. Beating Mark Graham, and for the second game on the spin, going out in a dozen darts in the last leg decider.
Yes, showing a bit more of what you will gain from playing more matches here, what's needed. And I think after winning that first game today, what Shane needed was a good performance in match 2, because his level dropping from match 1 to match 2 yesterday was quite dramatic. Today, really good backing up in match 2.
League table starting to take shape. We had a quick look at it, but we'll have a longer one now. Everyone's been dying to see what that means. And of course, there are a couple of players who have a game in hand. Reece Colley will be top if he wins it, because he's the only one to have won emphatically so far.
Yeah, I was very impressed with his first display, actually. I think there's a great deal of confidence going through the veins of the man called Chaos. Love that, by the way. But Garcia, I think he was hoping for a really good start to this group. It hasn't materialised, but he's got a really difficult game here, and I just get the feeling that maybe Reece Colley is going to be too strong.
He and Huntley, Kevin Garcia, the two ADC qualifiers, they had slow starts in Group A. He doesn't want to be falling into that trap again, because there is so much less time, isn't there, in Group C?
You're giving yourself so much to do, and I know from experience in playing round-robin darts that if you're behind the 8 ball from the start, it does make you feel like you're in a knockout scenario and you can't afford any mistakes from here. So I'm afraid if that happens in this match, it's going to be a case of maybe having to win every game just to get themselves in the top 2.
Yeah, on the plus side, that was only the second defeat in the last 7 matches for Kevin Garcia, but he certainly will feel that all is not lost yet. Do you think all is lost for Michael Huntley already?
No, I don't think so yet, but what he wants is everybody to bunch up now. I said to Matthew Edgar in commentary in the previous match that there is a possibility that this group could bunch up, and maybe 12 points is going to be enough, but the wins are going to have to be spread out if that's going to happen. And from here, if Michael Huntley's going to get it through, he needs that to happen, and he can't afford many defeats from here.
Yeah, and he'll be stranded at the bottom if Garcia does pick up his first points in this group. Let's see if he can. Paul, he's going to head back downstairs to join Matthew Edgar.
It is 2 points for a win, and that means if you're going to get to 14 points, you're going to need 7. If 12 is enough, that's 6. After this game, there would be 8 games left, so that's going to be quite some turnaround in wins needed. So Kevin Garcia, even at this early phase, going to want to get some points on the board. Doesn't want to join Michael Huntley on 0 after 2. You have to go the hard way around this. Reece Colley was very impressive in his opening game. A 4-0 victory over Michael Huntley. 98.56 average, had a 180 in there as well.
First leg is Reece throw first. Game on.
He's the form man of this group. Here's my pick to take Group C. Certainly had a
58.
lot more consistency to his game recently. We'll look at that tournament winning average when he won the British Open, 91.5. Dwarfs
100.
over what he's got here, an 83.28 average running in the Super Series. But like I said earlier, I'll say again,
100.
Confidently put a line through that one. Because, like with a lot of younger players, they make more sizable jumps.
121.
First 2 words I hear when I sit down in the commentary box: sizable jumps.
45.
Can I speculate as to what you were talking about?
Younger players like Reece, how we can ignore an 83 average
58
from his previous compared to what he's showing now, because the level of jump that we can see and the rapid progress.
98.
I think that's a very good point, actually. I've always said that when we talk about previous performance levels,
28.
and it's almost skewed a lot by certain players who played a lot of games as well, and it's over a very long period of time. Someone like Robert Owen, that's over 18 months.
45.
It's just giving you an indication of the consistency they've had over a period of time, but if we talk about the now, which is way more important, Reece Colley is at a level of performance which is very difficult to beat,
155.
which is maybe harder to beat than ever when you played him.
Well, let's have a look at Reece Colley from 6 months ago.
99. Kevin, you require
He would
98.
have played Development Tour, Pro Tour. What was then the Live League? WDF ranked
That's game short in the first
is a
leg.
great-
Kevin Garcia.
2 darter there for Kevin Garcia. Said he needs to get some points on the board early.
Second leg, it's Kevin to throw first.
There's going to
Game
certainly
on.
get him on the right tracks. He's played Super Series here.
42.
There's so much darts available for somebody who is a talented 23-year-old player. And not only that, he could then go play in his
50.
counties and his Super Leagues, and he could be playing high-level competitive darts almost every week.
Correct. And that's testament to all of the different
57.
projects on offer. And it's testament to Reece as well that he has done bits this year, and that's why he's been invited back. Let's face it, we want exciting players for you to watch. He's exciting. And now that he's won the British Open, he is definitely on the Super Series radar for the rest of the year, and maybe into 2023, where things may start to turn for him. It's a good age to be a wannabe pro player.
97.
We've seen the World Youth Championship won by players around the age of 24 the last few years, the likes of Humphreys and Everts.
100.
That'll be a good final this year, won't it? The World Youth Championship.
57.
Always makes me laugh, you know, because I was there when Nathan Gervin was in 2 World Youth Championships at Lakeside. He got Justin Van der Hout,
83.
then he got Leighton
Reece, you
Bennett,
require
now he's got
117.
Josh Rock in the PDC World Youth. He always gets the top dog, doesn't he? Top of the shop.
97. Kevin, you require 129.
Kevin Garcia has been taking a lot of big outs this week. He won't take this one.
64.
Reece Colley got a
Reece, you
chance to get his
require
throw back.
20. Yeah, that's game short in the
Bought
second
himself
leg.
that opportunity didn't
Reece
he, with the
Colley.
maximum with the 180. Got him down quicker. Gave himself 3 darts at the double. Didn't need all 3, just needed the
Third
1.
leg is Reece to throw first.
And
game on.
thinking about checkouts, I actually have the answer to the question we asked earlier, the ways you can only go in 1.
100.
During the break there, I messaged Danny Baggish, American dart player, PDC tour card holder, will be playing in the World Championship.
Check out you just name dropping
100.
one of the top American players into your old text list.
Well, he asked me to.
Oh.
Yeah, he said, shout me out. So, sorry,
85.
Danny. Yeah, he said there's 6. It was him who asked me that question originally, you see, so I thought I'll ask him. It's 6, 2, 3, 153, 156,
140.
167 and 170.
That makes sense. That's exactly what I've got written down there. We were trying to find out if there was a 7th, and obviously there isn't.
No, I just remembered it wrong.
140.
I'd like to make a point as well about our referee, Marco Meyer, who does an amazing job. But he's resurrected something that
100.
I haven't talked about yet, which is something that I loved as a kid. You want to get 90s? Try this on for size. When Freddie Williams is the top referee in the world, he used to go,
60.
yes,
Kevin, you
that's
require
game short.
161.
Listen to the end of this leg and see what Marco Meyer does.
65.
he
Reece, you
was going
require
there as well,
116.
I actually spoke about him last night. Me and Marco had a chat about that.
I love that he does it.
Because Marco said he heard we was having a chat about 180s and
56.
things.
Kevin, you require
And he's not
96.
overly confident about his 180. He's got a powerful 180.
There's nothing wrong with it. Listen.
76.
Not yet.
Reece, you require 60.
That was a very good try from Kevin to take that 2-1 lead. But Reece will be feeling chipper for tops.
50. Kevin, you require 20.
Making you wait.
Yeah, that's game short in the
There
third
it is.
leg.
Giving
Kevin
it the yeah
Garcia.
first. Nothing wrong with it. Storm in a 2-1 lead now.
Forward leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
There was a very famous wrestler by the name of Storm, wasn't it? Lance Storm. Canadian guy, wasn't he?
Yes, Canadian, yeah. I believe he's a very well-respected
93.
wrestling trainer now.
I can believe that. He had one of those quintessentially 90s haircuts, didn't he? He had a flat top.
54.
Did you ever go into the barber and ask for a flat top? Where they used to get that big comb and just shave it?
No, but I did have the blonde hair once.
90.
I can imagine you with blonde hair.
Everyone had blonde hair in the 90s.
93.
I think I did in 1990 when I was 11, but I was just about to turn brown. I had blonde hair as a kid.
91.
Actually, there's one dart player that has a flat top hairstyle these days, and that's Jose de Souza.
60.
There's something else that was good about the 90s. Conkers.
You're going very current because it's that time of year, isn't it? What was your secret ingredient
60.
for making conkers indestructible then? Vinegar? The airing cupboard?
Some people put them in the oven, didn't they?
Nail varnish?
Paint. See, the vinegar I thought made them a bit softer.
140. Kevin, you require 167.
We've gone off topic here. Reece Colley's going to be looking for a conker of a finish.
60.
You can get this a couple of
Reece, you
ways.
require 154.
Could be the Conqueror.
No, that's Adrian Gray. That's his nickname. He got that because he beat Phil Taylor in the Grand Prix, didn't he?
94. Kevin, you require
Yeah, it's an
107.
interesting story, actually, which we'll get to in a second with that one.
59.
Colley,
Reece, you
good
require
opportunity to
60.
Break again.
Cost him in the last leg.
40.
And he
Kevin,
might
you
be 3-1
require
down.
48.
It's the doubles that are costing Colley. He has missed 5 of them in this contest. He could easily be 3-1 up himself.
32.
Well, that was a really difficult
Reece, you
dart
require
for Kevin.
20.
As soon as he hits the outside of that double 8, he covers the bed.
Another opportunity for Reece. He does not want to let this one pass him by.
Yeah, that's game short
Good
in the
last start
fourth
there
leg.
from Reece.
Reece Colley.
Shows a bit of maturity and experience there to get that one over the line in the
Fifth
end.
leg is Reece to throw
I was
first.
just having a chat with
Game
Chris
on.
Murphy before we were on the air. And we seem to think that not only is Reece Colley a lookalike for Kirk Shepherd, but Kevin Garcia looks a bit like Christopher Tyskie with no hair.
55.
I actually said that I think he
96.
resembles Radek Zagansky, who is a very good Polish dart player. And then Chris took it one step further. And I don't think he's that wrong.
140.
Going back to that Adrian Gray story, I remember he did an interview, didn't he, with Sky Sports? And
100.
he went into his room and he'd already packed his bags ready to check out because he didn't think he was going to beat Phil. And then beat him, and then he had to go get a room again for the rest of the week.
He sounds a bit like Matters Rasma at the
136.
Grand Prix, who constantly had to hotel room flip because he booked one room at a time,
94.
thinking,
Reece, you
well, I might
require
not be in for another day.
170.
Didn't want to waste any money. He was in to the quarterfinals.
58.
It's one thing about dart players, they're very savvy with their money, aren't they?
I thought you were going to say negative because you should book
42.
for the entire trip thinking you're going to
Reece,
win
you
the
require
tournament.
112.
Lots of ways to get this, and especially free to do so when your opponent's on a bogey number of 169. Tops.
Yeah, that's game
that's
short in the
better.
fifth flag.
There's
Reece
plenty of
Colley.
doubles in this match, but he does take the lead at 3-2, and Garcia's got issues here.
6 it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
If Reece Colley wins one more leg, Kevin Garcia will join Michael Huntley on no points after 2 games.
57.
And Colley will be top with McGuirk. And guess who plays each other in round 3?
100.
Colley and McGuirk. Sounds a bit like a 90s detective TV show, doesn't it?
And Huntley and Garcia.
41.
Which means if Reece Colley does take this, someone will have to lose who's won 2. Someone will have to win who's lost both.
57.
Huntley and Garcia sounds more like a lawyer's firm, doesn't it? Huntley and Garcia, how may I direct your call?
100.
What's Thomas and Graham? Sounds more like a breakfast cereal.
140.
You're thinking of Golden Grahams, aren't you?
Back to the 90s we go.
Oh, you really are living in the 90s. Well, maybe the colour of this shirt signifies just how strong Aston Villa were in the 90s. With players
100.
like Steve Staunton.
Dwight York.
The late, great Daly and Atkinson.
Ugo Ekiog. Gareth Southgate.
100. Reece, you require 104.
They had some great players, didn't they?
Dion Dublin. One that Murphy will appreciate. Benito Carboni.
Oh, that's a hipster answer, that.
40.
You know how Alex Ferguson
Kevin, you require
described Dion Dublin was?
144.
Magnificent. Now, this will be a magnificent result for Reece Colley. He has not played his best darts in this match, but he's done just about enough. There's only a little bit left to do. Double top, just about.
Game.
And he does find the win.
And a match.
And that's
Reece
what
Colley.
confidence does to you. It allows you to win games where you don't play your best. And he does confine Kevin Garcia to 2 straight defeats. So Colley goes to the top of the table on +6 in leg difference and 4 points alongside Shane McGuirk. We will take a short break coming up now, but when we come back, it is going to be Martin Thomas up against Mark Graham in our second all-Welsh encounter of the day, so don't go far.
Steve Brown missed it earlier on today. But Colley here! He's the man! As he hits a 9-dart finish!
Biggest finish of the week so far. What a shot from Ryan Palmer.
There's one of them. There's the other.
What a way to save the match! Brilliant for Kevin Painter.
For double 17.
Game
We haven't seen many double 17s who could get it to take Tebow through. What a thing to do!
Well, that's incredible.
Finesse is also there. Lee Shun is out.
So is it going to be the story of all stories? Tops.
That his heart is pumping at 1,000,000 miles an hour at this point.
Double 16. Whitehead wins the title and wins the jackpot along with it. Under the confetti here at the MODUS Live Lounge, Whitehead is the man. What a stage. What a Champions Week. What a final.
What a Champions Week indeed. What a first series it was here at the Live Lounge. A MODUS Super Series now into stage 2. And any of the finals nights you can be here in Portsmouth. Tickets available for free via dartshop.tv. Do make sure you come along, and I'm sure we will get plenty more magical moments in this stage as well. We've had some good stuff today so far. Let's just reflect on the match we saw before the break. A 4-2 win for Reece Colley, his second of the day. He's only dropped a couple of legs as well, defeating Kevin Garcia, but it is back-to-back defeats for Garcia after such a strong day yesterday when he won 4 out of 5. And that means that we have a couple of players on maximum points at the top of the Group C table. Colley and Shane McGuirk, who twice has taken out 12 dart legs in last leg deciders. Mark Graham and Martin Thomas, who play next, both on 2 points. Kevin Garcia and Michael Huntley yet to get off the mark. So it is another all-Welsh affair between Martin Thomas and Mark Graham, but certainly not one that will drag on. Sorry about that, that was terrible, wasn't it? Mine usually are, actually, but I'm sure this game won't be, and it's going to be back to the boys in the commentary box who have rightly been praising our referee, Marco Meyer. Yeah, that's game on.
That was so Yorkshire. Digging it, actually. This is all Welsh with a Dutch referee. Nothing wrong with that. And when it comes to all Welsh clashes, there's only been one today so far, and Martin Thomas won that one. So he's looking for a Welsh double. A 50-year-old. He's nicknamed Tomo. Same as a good friend of mine from Australia, Justin Thompson. I wanted to call him Thomas the Tank.
First leg is Martin to throw first. Game on.
He's looking to find his way to 4 points after this match, which would confine Mark Graham just to the 2.
135.
2 players on 4 points in Reece Colley and Shane McGuirk. Now, they will play each other in match 9 at the end of this round to see who remains undefeated.
I wonder how he came up with that nickname of Tomo.
Well, this is the way that Aussies give you nicknames, because
180.
they take one piece of your name in its entirety, or chop it in half and stick an O at the end. So I was Nico. That's where it comes from.
80.
It's pretty simple. Tom O.
45.
I'm not sure what yours would be. Edgo hasn't really got a ring to it. But what have we said already about Martin Thomas and his 180 prowess today? He's already got one. He's 180ing every match. It's not as if Mark Graham's suffering in that department either. He's had a bucket load.
He had 5 in his last game. Still lost.
41. Mark, you require 141.
I think one thing that was for sure about this game was we was going to see 180s. Seen 2 already, and it's only the first leg. Martin Thomas has trusted 2 in his opening
97.
game.
Martin, you require 100.
Defeat against McGuirk. He got 2 in his next game in his victory over Huntley. And for tops.
60. Mark, you
I
require
don't know if that was
44.
in or not. That looked really close. Motown. 4 tops.
Yeah, that's game short in the first leg.
Perfectly done.
Mark Graham.
As put by our commentary colleague Henry Deacon. He likes to call that shot Acapulco.
Second leg is Mark to throw first. Game on.
You don't know the reference to that? Going Loco in Acapulco, that was one of the biggest hits for the 4 tops. Right over Matthew Edgar's head.
135.
Don't ask me how the 22-year-old Henry Deacon knows about the 4 tops. He wasn't even alive at the turn of the century.
42.
He knows a lot of stuff, though, doesn't he? That's an education, though. It helps you, don't it?
He's a cultured little lad, he is, and a very good colleague.
95.
Did a great job on Saturday night at our finals night, got to be honest. Did really, really well. Because there was a lot of people here. The atmosphere was
98.
unbelievable. As you saw from our video package at the start of this match. You want to get yourself here on a Saturday night. When it's like that, it's a brilliant evening.
101.
Great thinking. Love to see it. I was actually talking to a publication yesterday about that number of 271.
100.
And if you can
Mark,
find the 101 points from
170.
that position by using the 19s, that just goes to show how good a counter you are. Hello? Finished product?
145.
I was going to ask, in that situation with Thomas back on 361, is that overthinking? Because even the 180 could have left him on a finish.
Mark should require
and then
25.
I was going to say, the likelihood is Mark's not going to go for the bull. And he did.
I think he's got a bit of tunnel vision, as this guy. And there's nothing wrong with that.
That's game short in the second leg.
The second leg and a 2-0 lead against a very dangerous opponent. Now, does Mark Graham
Third
have a
leg,
nickname?
it's
I'm not
Martin to
calling him
throw
MG, that's
first.
not good enough.
Game on.
He was the butcher.
Oh, of course. Commenced jokes about butchering things.
60.
I'm sure Chris Murphy at some point's going to say about a commanding performance from Mark Graham that he has butchered somebody. Well,
140.
it's a bit gruesome. We have had every single trade, haven't we, in this game?
81.
We've had butchers and bakers and candlestick makers, plumbers, joiners, and all sorts of other things as well.
125.
What's the most bizarre job that you've heard of from a semi-pro dart player? I've got one.
100.
Nigel Hayden. On that same vein, not to be too morbid, but let's face it, Halloween's coming up. Didn't Wayne Jones used to be a grave digger?
100.
Adam Smith-Neal used to work in
a slaughterhouse.
Slaughterhouse, yeah.
Yeah, it was a halal slaughterhouse.
100. Mark, you require 136.
I tell the story because he was telling me how much it actually cost to make a roll of kebab.
96. Mark, you require 160.
A kebab stand in the kitchen.
You didn't.
But I didn't go for it.
140. Mark, you require 40.
Oh. And that's the noise that Martin Thomas is going to be making if this goes.
That's game short in the third leg.
Oh,
Mark
no.
Graham.
Graham has definitely lifted his performance, and look at this.
Forward leg, it's Mark to throw first. Game on.
I think in Wales they would classify this so far as cracking.
All I can say
45.
is you had that text message this morning that pre-warned us that even though we couldn't find this level of performance on Mark Graham,
60.
that he was more than capable of doing so.
But didn't you say also that Martin Thomas tends to play his best darts when he comes here? Maybe the same could be said for Mark Graham.
180.
He's now got his second maximum. And he's doing his chances of qualifying through this group the world of good with a confidence-boosting performance like this. And he's not doing Martin Thomas any good, because the leg difference in this match could be huge.
There's 8 180s for the day so
42
far for Mark Graham. Martin Thomas was 3-0 down in his opening game and managed to claw that back. So there was not much damage done in that column of legs.
100.
But he was certainly playing better than he is now. And he wasn't playing an opponent who's running at over 100 average.
Do you know what? If he wasn't called the Butcher, I'd have a nickname.
58.
The Grinch. Look at the left side of his mouth when he throws. It's almost the moment when the animated Grinch goes from mean to the big smile.
41.
See, you have said for days to me and to Bars to stop talking about Christmas. And already you've referenced Christmas twice today. You're getting in the spirit of things.
I'm not getting in the spirit. I'm being infected.
22.
You just can't help you. You're going to get back and you're going to stick on, I wish it could be Christmas every day.
Honestly, I saw Phil Bars do a Christmas singing fest in his car on Twitter once, and it still infects
60.
my brain.
Mark, you require
I
154.
don't want to see that kind of behaviour ever again. I want to see things like 154 and 157 checkouts instead.
30. Martin, you require 157.
Really slowed down here. 42, 58, 22, 30. Last 4 visits for Mark Graham.
80.
He's not going to have as much
Mark,
time
you
here as he
require
thought.
124.
But if you can take this, you won't need any more time. Double 11 for the match.
Game, shot,
He stuttered
and
his
a match.
way
Mark
to
Graham.
the finishing line, but when he's got there, he's powered over that last hurdle, and Mark Graham takes a massive victory. 4-0, the scoreline for Mark Graham, who gets his second victory of the day. That puts him on to 4 points, and puts him in contention for this group. Someone who's going to need some points. Michael Huntley and Kevin Garcia both have lost their opening games so far today, but one of them's going to have to win because they are coming up against each other, and that game is next.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Martin Thomas has just been put in the butcher's slaughterhouse. Mark Graham winning 4-0 against his fellow Welshman. And you can see there it was a dominant display. Just the one dart double in the whole match for Thomas, and a brilliant 1-2-4 checkout to win the game for Mark Graham, who was 4 out of 7 himself, 93.94 the average, one of the higher ones we've seen so far today and indeed this week. Fantastic debut so far for Mark Graham. Let's have a look and see how that result affects the Group C table. Well, it means that Graham puts himself amongst the leaders on 4 points, but he has played a game more than both Reece Colley and Shane McGuirk. They're going to do battle in a couple of games' time, but Kevin Garcia and Michael Huntley yet to get off the mark. Well, that is the duo that are about to go head-to-head next. Kevin Garcia has won the lion's share of their meetings so far this week. In fact, he's won the last 2, having lost the first one. And we can see him here defeating Huntley yesterday on what was a really, really good day for Kevin Garcia. It wasn't quite the perfect storm. He did lose out to Robert Owen, but only in a last leg decider in that one. So he will be disappointed not to have followed that up with any victories so far. And what the boys in commentary were saying earlier about how many games you can afford to lose probably makes this one even more significant. So a big match for the pair of them, looking to get off the mark, and we'll see which one does with Matt and Paul.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, it's a big game, this one. I know we say that a lot about some of these fixtures, but when you've had the start that these two have had, we are definitely in a semi-knockout position now. If they do win the rest of their games today, and the remainder of Friday as well, because it's a 2-session group, they can still get a matter of 16 points. 16 points for me will make it, as long as your leg difference is pretty healthy as well. I can't imagine somebody getting 16 points and not getting through this group.
No, especially when we look at the way the results are going so far as well.
First leg, it's Michael to throw first. Game on.
It's interesting because while I was in the break, I was going through the odds at the start of the day compared to the odds now.
180.
And either the market moves or the bookies have changed the odds. I've completely written off Michael Huntley.
94.
So they don't like the fact that he started with a maximum.
Well, we see as the day goes on, he starts doing this and he's throwing the darts.
140.
A lot more firmer. And he gets results by doing so. I wonder if he watches his games back and can see this himself.
Doesn't strike me as the kind of guy who's going to wander up to you and say, I didn't like what you said on YouTube yesterday. He likes to play with a bit of ignorance, and there's nothing wrong with that, you see. If you think that's going to help him, why don't you walk up to
85.
him after this game and tell him what's going on? Maybe it'll help him.
Probably a bit of purpose, a bit of aggression.
140. Michael, you require 96.
What a leg.
Yeah, that's came short in the first leg.
12 darts start, and he gets a nod of approval from Garcia as well.
Well, so
second leg, it's Kevin to throw first.
Do you really want to write off a player who opens with a 12-dart hold of throw? Kevin Garcia coming into this as
100.
the odds-on favourite, despite the fact he was not throwing first. Michael Huntley did start his day
100.
not even going to dart at a double. His 4-0 defeat to Colley, but Colley was very good in that game. He was much improved in his game against Martin Thomas. Only lost that one 4-3. Well, that's going to put him on a -5 on the legs, so he's going to have to claw some of those back from somewhere.
60.
How many Garcias can you name in sport, in professional sport? I can only think of 3.
Yeah, maybe 1.
140.
Sergio, Danny, and Ryan. Ryan and Danny are both boxers, very good as well. And Sergio's not bad with the old sticks.
140.
But that's all I've got.
The footballer once, Garcia, played for Liverpool.
64.
You might be onto something there.
64. Kevin, you require 137.
I mean, easy if you said how many Michaels can you name?
Who's the most famous Michael in sport then?
45.
Jordan.
Michael, you require 137.
Yeah. For some reason, I thought Jackson, but I was like, I don't know what sport he does. Although there's a wrestler at the moment who does Michael Jackson, and
97.
Move.
Kevin, you require
Sets him up for the
92.
DDT, does the moonwalk, and then does the DDT, and he calls it the DDT.
84. Michael, you require 40.
Well, Kevin's left on 4, and Mike's got 40.
Yeah, that's game short.
And he's going tee-hee right
Michael
now, isn't he?
Huntley.
He's the one that's laughing all the way to the bank with a 2-0 lead. See what kind of effect you have
Third
on
leg,
me,
it's
on me,
Michael
Edgar.
to throw first. Game on.
Do you know what, right? I know she's watching this as well. The missus says, like, she's like,
41.
"Oh, I used to, like, be really intelligent, but since I've met you, like, you've brought me down a few levels."
I never know a
43.
commentator to bring out the misses on the same sort of level as a Des O'Connor or... Now, comedians like to bring up the other half,
60.
don't they? Like Lee Evans used to do that a lot.
$100.
At this stage, do you think one of these guys is going to make the top 2?
No.
99.
I don't think we've seen enough. And this is the 4th day we've seen them now. And I just think...
58.
I think Reece Colley's taking one of the places. I think everyone's playing for one place. And what we've seen from Mark Graham...
139.
He was nowhere near. At the start of the day, I think he's 12-1. Anyone who got that...
60.
You're never going to see 12-1 on that again.
Yeah, that's true. Huntley's doing good bits here. And one of the reasons for that is that.
84.
This is decent. Think about what he's been doing this week.
140. Michael, you
This is a great
require
performance.
78.
His highest average so far has been 93.48. In order to keep it going, he needs tops.
Yeah, that's game
And
short in the
finds it.
third
18
leg.
darter.
Michael Huntley.
And his average is just shy of 96. In a flash.
Forward leg, it's Kevin to
3-0.
throw first. Game on.
In a Dudbridge.
85.
No, that used to be my nickname.
What, Dudbridge?
I used to work in a leisure centre at the turn of the
100.
century. Worked there for a few years. Loved it. One of my favourite jobs I've ever had. Made some great friends, but I had this habit of buying
30.
somewhat loud shirts. And one of them was particularly horrifying. And my good friend Vicky
41.
started calling me Flash because I used to wear Flash clothing. And to this day, she still calls me Flash.
I think the most horrifying thing
96.
I've seen about your clothing is the receipt.
You're not wrong, but I'm not the worst. I can guarantee you that.
60.
I went shopping with Yellow Classen 13 years ago in a place called Rosmarlin. Ooh, I felt dizzy when I looked at his receipt.
59.
Funny enough, I bought a leather jacket that day and I still got it.
$43.
He's just taking his foot off the gas, hasn't he? If he'd have maintained the same level of performance that he's had the whole match, Huntley would be in position now to win the match. But fair play to Garcia. He's looking to do what Martin Thomas did in match 1 today, trying to raise a gap from 3-0 down.
140. Kevin, you require 100.
Oh, hello.
80. Michael, you require 117.
Pretty good at the doubles the last couple of days. This is a 117 for the match.
Garcia went for 2 double tops. Huntley's only going to need 1.
97.
Balls it low.
Kevin, you require
Been
20.
good on the outer ring. 3 from 6, 50%.
Yeah, that's game short in the fourth
50% on that visit.
Kevin Garcia.
How impressed have you been with Garcia, actually, this week? Because it was very
Fifth
easy
flag,
for
it's
us
Michael
to
to
cast
throw
aspersions
first.
his way come
Game
Monday
on.
because he was pointless. But we did say at the end of Monday, didn't we, that he was unfortunate to lose all 5 games. His level of performance wasn't that bad. So for him to improve the last couple of days, I don't think is an accident. But he has been backed into a corner.
120.
I, like you, Matt, I don't think he's going to make it through this group in his current position. But if he was to somehow nick second place,
41.
I wouldn't be shocked. Because he doesn't give a lot away. He gets up there and he's stone-faced, ice cold.
60.
And I think he's a very tough guy to beat.
If you asked me to describe him in one word, I'd go with resilient.
43.
You know, I think that's a word that is used to describe people from Merseyside for decades because of what's happened in Merseyside over the course of the 20th century and the early part of the 21st. I've watched a lot of documentaries about certain areas of the UK and what they've been through historically, and
60.
There's a lot of resilience in places like the West Midlands, the North East.
60.
Parts of Scotland as well, talking about things like coal mines, shipbuilding, the steel trade.
100. Kevin, you require 112.
He's been good at these sort of shots.
80.
Out of the week.
Michael, you require 117.
I'm going to take that one. So Huntley had a crack at this in the last leg. Missed the tops. He'd love another dart of tops. He's got to get a treble first. Even if he gets a treble now, he cannot lead. Well, he can lead the finish, but he can't take it with these 3.
Kevin,
You
you
just get the
require
feeling that
32.
Huntley's going to have to show some resilience now as well, because he's had his chance to win the match. Is he being pegged back?
No score.
He can't find the goal between the posts.
Michael, you require
And Huntley gets a
32.
second crack at 32. And this may be the touch of fortune that he needs to get off the mark for Thursday. 88.
Game, shot,
And that
and a match.
is the first
Michael
victory of the
Huntley.
day for Michael Huntley. And that condemns Kevin Garcia to 3 defeats in a row. We asked earlier on what's going to be needed to get through. Paul Nicholson said around about 14 points. That's going to be 14 points for Kevin Garcia. He's now going to need to win his last 7 games. So that puts Kevin Garcia in a bit of a problem. Michael Huntley, though, is back in the race with those 2 points and those 3 legs. 2 people who are seriously in the race are Shane McGuirk and Reece Colley, who are the total opposite. They have won both of their games. Something's got to give in that one. And we'll see what gives. So that game is next.
points, but it is Huntley who has got over the line. A 4-1 success for him. An average of 87.71, a 96 checkout in there as well, but the doubling was a troubling thing for Garcia, wasn't it? And he is still pointless at the bottom of the table. A table that we can take a quick look at now before we go into this all-important match between two of the top three and two players who have won both of their games so far in Reece Colley and Shane McGuirk. Mark Graham currently sandwiched in between them with 2 wins from his 3. Huntley now up to 4th after that opening win for him. Martin Thomas also on 2 points, and Kevin Garcia stranded at the bottom of the table. Well, Colley takes on McGuirk, then one of them will remain perfect after 3 matches, and Reece Colley, well, he got off to the perfect start today, didn't he? A 4-0 win in his opening match against Michael Huntley. A devilish display to set the standard, and he's only lost a couple of legs so far today. As for McGuirk, well, it's been all about last leg deciders for him. He has gone out in 12 darts in both of his wins in the 7th legs of his matches. So Colley would be well advised to get the job done earlier, because we know that McGuirk can produce the goods when it comes to the crunch. This one then to decide who goes outright top of the table and who maintains a perfect day. Will McGuirk make it, or can Colley continue? Let's find out with Nico and Edgar.
Yeah, 2 players undefeated. Something's got to give. Can't draw in this game. There's going to be a winner, there's going to be a loser. We'll find out over the next sort of 7 or so legs who that's going to be. Reece Colley, see on your screen here, the 23-year-old. There's 23-gram dart. All 23s for Reece Colley. It'll be open, he goes to 6 points though. Started the day, a 4-0 victory. And that was a very impressive performance. He was running over the 100 average for most of that. Did dip below towards the end. Came through with a 98. Shane McGuirk, though, has shown some real
first lag. It's Shane to throw first. Game on.
At times. And that's probably what's been missing from his game in Group A. That sort of timing to bring something forward. And in his 2 games
55.
at 3-3, has gone out in 12. That is quality and timing, all wrapped into one cracker.
The camera angle that we have, which is from above the board, looking at the players just there, it's fascinating to watch the action of McGuirk from that camera angle. Because his follow-through is not down the target line. He's actually throwing it towards the 12. And he's letting his dart go
95.
At a point where he is straight, but look at that right arm coming through to his left. If he doesn't get the timing right, he could miss the 20 by a mile.
It has to do that because of the back leg. Because of the position of the back leg, he will always throw across the body. And the more that leg comes behind the line of balance, the more he's going to be forced over to the left.
There's actually a lot of pressure on his ankle doing this, isn't there? His right ankle. Because it's constantly
28.
moving and tweaking the whole time.
It depends on the centre of mass. It's either going to be the ankle or it's going to be underneath the right
98.
knee.
Chain you require 151.
Either way, he's going to have a stress point somewhere on that right leg.
Yeah, very much so. If he gets the timing right of the release, he doesn't have an issue.
119.
That's a really good approach.
Reece require 110.
The timing and extra force is probably what's getting him away with it at the moment.
Yeah, that's game short than the first leg.
Reece Colley. Break a throw in 15 darts. And for me, that's why he's...
Second leg is Reece's throw
not
first.
the favourite to win this
Game
group,
on.
but I think he is.
Do you know what? I'm really growing to like this lad. Because I
60.
have watched some of his results, but as a brand, in his 3rd game of the day, I am digging it. I love the nickname.
140.
I love the shirt makes sense. He's got good technique. I'm a fan. I don't say that about everybody, but I'm a fan of this kid.
40.
I like what I see.
And if you are just tuning in, this is not Keegan Brown versus Kirk Shepherd. Shane McGuirk versus Reece Colley.
41.
Two lookalikes on stage.
You're going to handle that one on Twitter. It's got nothing to do with me. Although I did say that he looked like Kirk Shepherd earlier, so there you go.
93.
Is that the worst comparison, is it? Former world finalist from 2008.
Didn't Keegan win one of the World Youth Championships?
Yeah, he did.
58.
He's Robert John Rodriguez in the final. He's won 2 Pro Tour events as well.
Sure, these players would love the achievements of Kirk Shepherd and Keegan
100.
Brown.
Well, that one was surely for the treble 18. It came up very
44.
low. If you look at the technique of Reece Colley, there's a bit of a bounce at the back of the drawback, which is fine. As long as it's bounce once, then throw, and make sure that everything's the same each time.
100.
Repetition.
Reece, you require 112.
You can't have that. There's that one and go. Back and go. Same every time.
92. Shane, you
Sometimes
require
there is that
118.
Snatch at the end of the throw if he can just feel that he's letting go of it a little bit late.
43. Reece, you require 20.
You tend to get that with these players that go completely flat, side foot onto the hockey.
10. Shane, you require 75.
Carved out an opportunity. He hasn't took it. Shane for 2 singles here will carve out his own opportunity.
Yeah, that's game short in the second
his.
flag. Shane McGuirk.
This is a battle of 2 players that haven't lost a game yet today. They've both picked up their wins.
Third lag is Shane to throw first.
Game
on.
Hashtag case watch. Oh, full regalia from the arrow on this one. No disputing whose case is which.
134.
When you say you like the brand and the branding of Reece Colley, does that mean you didn't like my rebranding of Reece Colley?
100.
Oh, the idea of him having some sort of cauliflower shirt.
Yes.
I would dig that being the away shirt, but I think the branding has to be
9.
Something that makes sense. Now, the cauliflower thing does, don't get me wrong, but this, without even knowing where he's from, if I was to look at this shirt,
60.
I would have one of 2, actually there'd be 3 ideas. 1, he might be from Burnley. Secondly, might be a West Ham fan. 3rd,
85.
might be from the West Midlands and being an Aston Villa fan. Just so happens that we know he's from Dudley, which means he's got to be an Aston Villa fan, otherwise I'm looking like a right turnip
90.
right now. How did I manage to shoehorn turnip into that with cauliflower shortly before it?
140.
If McGuirk was to beat Reece Colley here, it would be a turnip for the books, wouldn't it?
See, I'm a big fan of the people that use their name and manage to turn it into the nickname. And I don't think, like,
84. Shane, you require 133.
Colley and not have him the nickname The Flower.
Having said that,
93.
dart player
Reece, you
called
require
Nico Blum from
167.
Germany called himself Flower Power. That is an A-grade nickname.
$43. Shane, you
He was the
require
first person to play on
40.
the European tour who was born this century.
Yeah, that's game short
But
in the
it's Shane
third lag.
McGuirk who takes the lead with the 16 darter, and he's turned this one around pretty well. Averages so far
Forward
reflect
lag is Reece to throw first. Game on.
the better average winning the match. 84.87. It is for Shane, and Colley is
60.
somewhat undercooked right now.
Yeah, he's very good in the opener, wasn't he? 98 average, running over 100 for a lot of it. Tailed off a little bit in the
80.
next game, 83. And that was the thing that I said that I'd like to see from him moving forward.
100.
Being able to put multiple days together. being able to be consistent over a longer period of time. He's got the ceiling, that's fine.
74.
Is that B and C game there? He's certainly going to develop the A game. He's won a title, a major title, in terms of
92.
the history of the event and the difficulty of winning that. That's the British Open. We went through the massive list of names earlier on that are on
60.
that roll of honour. The next thing is that B and C game where he can just get points on the board without having to find that mid-90s average.
Yeah, if your B game can be classified at around 90, that's when it can cause real problems for people. When you get to the A+ elite of Rice,
96.
Price, Van
Reece
Gerwen,
require
and the likes of those
152.
guys, your B game becomes about a 95. Everybody aspires to be in that sort of bracket. But in this competition, if you can have a B game of around 87, that's where you can cause real problems for everybody in the group.
133.
Shane McGuirk is causing problems for Colley
95.
every time he comes back to the board. For two double 19s there, I don't disagree with that shot at all.
Shane, you require
I think that is the right way to go right there, because the likelihood is he doesn't get another look.
Yeah, that's game short in the fourth
tops, doesn't
line.
he,
Shane McGuirk.
His finishing's tightened up quite well today. Couldn't get any tighter in this one. He's a three
Fifth
darts
flag,
a double.
it's
Has
Shane
hit
to
them
throw
all.
first. Game on.
Have we had a 100% on doubles this week so far? I don't recall one.
No, not yet.
It's up to you then, Shane.
140.
I've had one maximum in this match. It's come from McGuirk. But the one thing that's been missing
135.
for this young man have been 140 plus throws. He hasn't had any. Look at that. The tons have been fine. But
40.
in the elite categories of scoring, McGuirk has owned it. Isn't it interesting as well? It looks like Reece Colley is using an
134.
aluminium stem, and I get the feeling that they're making a bit of a comeback at the minute. More players are starting to use them again.
93.
Before the off, Shane McGuirk was 7-2 third favourite for this group.
100.
Can finish off the job here and beat Reece Colley. He'll be the clear leader at the top of the group. I'm moving on to 6 points, keeping Reece Colley on 4. So he'll be 2 points clear after the third round of fixtures. And that's really when it starts to take shape. Round 4, isn't it, of the fixtures? That's when we really start
83.
to see who's in contention and who's
Check,
not.
92.
Kevin
Reece
Garcia,
require
for
132.
He's lost 3. He's going to have to be perfect from here.
Bullseye the target. Bullseye not the target with dart 3.
104. Shane,
this
you
is
require 136.
one chance to get it 1-4-1. Stay. Go at double 8.
120.
Had his chance at perfection
Reece
on the outer ring for a 4-1 win.
28.
Now he has to survive shots at double 14.
Yeah, that's game short in the
Game
fifth
very
flag.
much back
Reece
on.
Colley.
What's the date on the back of that collar that Reece Colley got on that shirt? That's a bit of a trend at the minute as well. People putting dates or things on the back of collars. I used to put hashtags there. It could well be one of those important dates in his life, like a birthday of maybe a relative, maybe the date of the British Open win. It might be that significant.
A lot of time people put like the names of the children on there, don't they? Or they put them on the sleeves of their arms. We'll try and see if we can get a look at that at some point.
We're just going to have a little pause in the game right now. Seem to be having a small technical issue.
6 flag is
but our
Reece
sheriff
throw
on the
first.
stage
Game on.
gives us the okay to go forward. Does Marco Meyer have a nickname?
100.
Not that I know of.
I
Maybe
know,
we
I
can
know, what
find
his,
him
I know
one.
what his favourite chocolates are. M&M's. Marco Meyer. Oh, it doesn't matter.
45.
I wonder if that little bit of a break is going to help
140.
Reece more than Shane.
You might be right, considering the scoring position
60.
of this leg. Now, if Reece was to come through this game with a win, you'd have to... Oh, look, he's got a flight floater.
180.
Oh, you don't see those very often.
I've never seen you smile so much.
Oh, I didn't think we were going to get a flight floater today.
100.
Yesterday, we had a
Reece require
savage
81.
flight destruction from Mike Huntley, and we had a stem destruction as well from Robert Owen. All sorts of
41.
mishaps this week.
Yeah, I did wonder if that was going to affect Shane more than Reece, because Reece had just won the leg. Shane had just missed that big
57. Reece require
136.
40.
Shane just wanted to have got on with it then.
Yeah, that's game short in the
Reece Colley
sixth
gets
leg.
on with that well.
Reece Colley.
13 data to take us all the way. Shane does have the advantage of throw, but only found one
Seventh
treble
final
in that
leg.
last
It's
leg
Shane to throw
out of
first.
12
Game
darts. That is not a positive coming into this.
You know how the averages were split by about 4 points earlier, with McGuirk on around 84 and Colley on 80?
121.
Well, things have been flipped around over the last couple of legs, and it's now Colley who leads that statistic. Wouldn't be surprised if we get a third 180.
140.
Chris Murphy advised Reece Colley not to go to a last leg shootout with Shane McGuirk. He's done it twice already today and gone out in 12 darts and 12 darts.
60.
He's not going to do that this time, because you can't. Well, you can, but it's unlikely.
Reece has took this to another level
96.
at the back end of this game.
It's going to have to be a maximum and a 140 out. It's not going to happen.
And he's losing the line.
45.
Or is he losing composure? Might be about to lose the game.
Got to go back upstairs.
58.
And I'm learning stuff about Reece. His tactical approach is very good. Oh, that's a great dart.
121.
That's a great visit all of a sudden. It didn't start well. But Shane is first to the finish all of a sudden.
141. Shane, you require 154.
What a great game.
Reece should get at least one match dart.
63.
66.
Reece requires 66.
Reece looking to click it on clickety-click. Tops.
26. Shane, you require
For a
91.
microsecond, he thought he had that.
It was a well-thrown dart. It's just a little over-pitched. Shane loves it at this section of the board. Pulled that low.
71.
And that is wild.
You get the feeling that was just a little bit nervy, because the two misses
Reece,
at
you
doubles
require
were by
40.
some distance. First time today that Reece Colley has been involved in a chaotic match.
Game.
But
Shot.
chaos wins
And a
the
match.
day.
Reece
And he
Colley.
wins by 4 legs to 3, snapping Shane's streak. So it is a game where Colley averages almost 90 and 44% on the doubles. The high out of 110 was a classy thing to do. But what a good contest it was. And it ensures that Colley is at the top after 3 rounds of play. He'll be on 6. McGuirk very much in the running on 4 points alongside Mark Graham. So, a little break coming up, and when we come back, it's another all-Welsh encounter as Graham takes on Huntley.
So we are now 3 rounds down in Group C after that victory for Reece Colley there against Shane McGuirk. 4-3, the first time that McGuirk has been beaten in the last leg decider. All of his games have gone the distance, but Colley getting the better of him this time after Shane had missed 2 darts to win that 7th leg. It could have been a perfect start for him. Instead, it's Colley who has picked up 6 points from his first 3 games and has put himself in a very, very promising position. Great performance from Reece there. We will have a look now at the Group C table to see what effect that game has had on it. It means Shane McGuirk stays in 3rd place with 2 wins from 3. Mark Graham, who's playing next, has had more dominant wins in his couple of victories. Reece Colley, as I said, perfect day so far. Michael Huntley and Martin Thomas on 2 points. Kevin Garcia yet to get off the mark after all of the players have played 3 matches. So next up is Mark Graham against Michael Huntley. And Mark Graham has been playing some fantastic stuff on his debut. He's looking for a perfect end to today, and he almost had the perfect finish earlier on, narrowly missing the bullseye there against Martin Thomas. But Michael Huntley, well, he was struggling at the start of the day, just like he was at the start of Group A. But Kevin Garcia, the fellow ADC qualifier, went into their match the favourite. Huntley had other ideas and earned himself a very well-deserved 4-1 win in that one. So now Huntley is looking to build on that and stop Graham from doing what he's done to a couple of other players today. Can Huntley get the better of Butcher? We will find out with the Asset and Prime Time talking you through it.
Well, I'm the Asset, he's Prime Time. And that's Mark Graham. He's got 4 points from a possible 6. Not a bad start on your debut day. Let's see what is in the tank for round number 4. Over the course of round 4, you will get this fixture between Huntley and Graham. You got Reece Colley coming straight back after this against Martin Thomas. And Garcia against McGuirk will finish this round before we go into the final furlong. It's been a fascinating day so far, and this is an interesting game because you mentioned a bit earlier, Matt, that the bookies had almost written off Mike Huntley. Well, if he gets the victory here, he not only gets himself to 4 points, but he stops Mark Graham from getting to 6, getting him back in the race firmly, albeit playing one more game than the other 4.
I think it's an interesting game as well. If we just cast our mind back half an hour or so ago,
60,
when they both played their 3rd round fixtures, Mark Graham won that 4-0. Michael Huntley won it 4-1. Both of their best performances of the day. Mark Graham with a 93 average. Michael Huntley just shy of the 88. So if we look at their last performance, their most relevant form, it's very good.
40.
What's been very good as well, though, is Mark Graham's 180 hitting. Been sensational today.
9.
5 in his defeat to Shane McGuirk, 2 in his victory over Martin Thomas, and 1 against Kevin Garcia. So he's had 8 already.
140.
Almost added to the tally there. Well, Michael Huntley did the right thing there, just taking a bit of a breather. Bit of a nightmare visit on the last one. Just seems to have lost his line a bit.
43.
Is he starting to jab the air a bit more with that action, as opposed to what you were saying with a bit more force is needed for him to get those darts where he wants them?
45.
It's like, as soon as he thinks he's out of it, he throws with more aggression. And then when he thinks he's got an opportunity, he tries to be more
83.
deliberate. And it becomes a bit more floaty. Which means he's not throwing the dart as hard. Means it's spending longer in the air.
140.
Bigger arch towards the board. So completely changes the flight of the dart.
This isn't bad.
140.
lot
Mark
better.
requires 76.
Graham's already on. An easier out. 4.
68. Michael, you
Fairway.
require 86.
Really adopted that this week, haven't you?
Yeah, I have.
That and Goldilocks.
That's Murphy's. Button.
61.
That one's
Mark, you
Mace's.
require 8. Yeah, that's game short in the first lag. Mark
That one
Graham.
is Mark Graham's.
Now, I've got someone to ask you, because we've had
Second
3...
lag is Michael to throw
Actually,
first.
it's been 4.
Game on.
4 Welsh World Champions. I'm not counting World Masters before anybody talks to me about Martin Phillips. I recognise the greatness that is
100.
the bin man from Gwynedd. But as far as Welsh World Champions are concerned, you've got Leighton Reece, you've got Richie Burnett, you've got Mark Webster, and
59.
Gavin Price. Do we have in our midst right now with Price the best Welsh player of all time, or does
60.
he need that second world title to be confirmed with that tag? Because we haven't had a multiple world champion from Wales yet. And he's probably the most
140.
likely to do it.
I think he's the best Welsh of all time. Yeah, he's got to be. If you look at what he's achieved in the wins for the World Cup, the
95.
Grand Slam, other competitions that strengthen that World Championship.
It's the same argument with Scotland, isn't it? Because Jockey Wilson's got 2 world titles, Gary Anderson's got 2 world titles, Peter Wright's got 2 world titles, and we had this conversation earlier in the year because Gary is still
140. Mark, you
vastly
require
found as the best Scottish of all
164.
time because of the other stuff he's won. But Peter's very much catching him up. But I firmly believe for the darting public as a whole to recognise
140.
Price as
Michael,
the
you
best Welsh
require
player, I think he does need
106.
another world title because they don't think about 3 Grand Slams and all of the European Tour victories and all the other stuff that's involved. But I'm with you. I still think he's the best.
Yeah, it just strengthens the position more, doesn't it? Like, a great example is Shane McGuirk has won 2 games so far today.
71.
But he's won them 4-3.
Mark, you require 24.
So those 2 points aren't as good as Mark Graham's points in the league table because Mark Graham's won with a much more convincing leg difference.
12. Michael, you
Well, should
require
have been 2-0 to
35.
Mark Graham, that's for sure. That's all right. It's not the way.
Yeah, that's
That
game
one's
short
in.
in the second leg.
Bit of a
Michael
strange
Huntley.
35. Check out that one, but as long as you get the double 8 at the end, all is well.
Third leg, it's Mark to throw first. Game
Well,
on.
Mike's sporting a black shirt today with a touch of MVG green. I wonder if you walked into your paint shop on the local high street and said, I want a bit of MVG green for the feature wall.
30.
Ooh, we have a hat stand. If you've been watching for the first time today, you're getting some terminology that you've probably never heard before.
137.
Flight floater, hat stand, cane destroyer.
Here's one for you. And send your tweets in as well, guys.
134.
Handle at the bottom of your screen there at MSS Darts. Or you can tag us in those directly. What in your area, 'cause this is different,
121.
in different areas, in different parts of the world, did you call 26?
Bed and breakfast.
I did
60.
do this, did a chat on one of my live streams not so long ago. And the most interesting one that came up was pork and beans.
100.
The other one
Please tell me what area of the world that came from. That sounds American.
There's one I liked actually.
135.
Someone's area
Michael,
is
you
known as a
require
letter from the Queen.
143.
Ooh, that's very posh. That's got to be Surrey. Or Berkshire.
57. Mark, you require
I
142.
think if you go to Wales and hit 100, it should just be a ton bud.
$90.
Yeah, that'll do.
Michael, you require
Huntley's
86.
had a look at 86 today. 2 single 18s will leave the bull.
61. Mark, you require 52.
Made a mess of the last leg. Could have been thrown for 3-0 here.
32.
Instead, going to be watching Michael
Michael, you
Huntley throw
require
for a 2-1
25.
lead. The bookies wrote him off.
He did 35 a somewhat funny way, but he did finish it on double 8.
17.
2 wire
Mark, you
doubles there
require
costs him
20.
the lead. Well, I think that's going to be kind. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, that's game short in the third.
I'm often wrong, but on this occasion I was right. So let's revel in that for about 3 seconds.
Forward
move
lag,
on.
it's Michael to throw first. Game on.
You're someone who's played a full week here at the Super Series. How are these players, like Huntley, like Garcia, like McGuirk, how are they feeling on day 4?
Tired.
100.
I think that's the only thing you need to say. Tired. Fatigue. You feel it. It's tough. Just take,
60.
what, 15 games and then 3. This is game 19. It's not easy. Getting up early, trying to get the preparation in when you're trying to get up at
46.
6:30 in the morning. There's a challenge.
Yeah, a lot of people think that throwing a lot of darts is easy.
60.
It's really not. It's the same as golfers, you know. I know they've got to walk the golf course, which is 5, 6, 7, 8 miles sometimes. And you say, well, dart players haven't got to walk that far. It's the concentration
45.
aspect that tires you out. It's a bit like driving. You know, when you're driving, you're watching the motorway and you're constantly concentrating. And after 2 or 3 hours, you
81.
start to tire. It's the same sort of thing. And at the same time as that, you're throwing at a target with ferocity, and it does have an impact on your body.
85.
You get sore knees, you get sore ankles, sore hips.
160.
It's a difficult sport.
41.
It's defined as a fine motor skill, which for a fine motor skill, we're going to need levels of energy, physical and mental energy.
Now, Mark Graves should go for the bull here, in my opinion. Now, he's got the 140, which was a very courageous shot. But I think the bull was the shot there.
Or the 18s.
Bull's the shot here.
94. Mark, you require
He's not had some
85.
chances in this game. He's had 7 darts at double, and has only hit 1 of them.
60.
And the bull isn't found
Michael,
by
you
Graham.
require 25.
And they're both on 25 this time, something that Huntley missed in the last leg. Double 4.
Yeah, that's
He
game short
finds
in
it
the
this
fourth
time
leg.
for a
Michael
2-2
Huntley.
game. There's not much to split these two. The averages aren't brilliant.
Fifth flag, it's Mark to throw first.
Like
Game
we've said on a few occasions already, it's not about what's happened before, it's about what happens from now.
100.
I'm probably going to get some backlash on this one.
Let it commence, come on.
Do you know you said you'd like to call him the Grinch?
Yep.
Because of the mouth thing.
83.
To me, it reminds me more of a fish.
Please elaborate.
It's the mouth, like the fish mouth's always going, isn't it?
80.
If you're talking about fish mouth in darts, we're talking about Shane Burgess, Colin Monk, who doesn't actually do it anymore,
60.
or even Mick McGowan used to have the old mouth opening thing. But this is something completely different. It's as if somebody's actually hooked his mouth
35.
with the fish hook and they're pulling it when he's going for shots. We do things when we throw darts that we don't recognise. When I first started out on TV, I didn't know that I used to crack a little smile before I was throwing each shot. Soon fix that.
140.
Best seat in the house for the referee today. Calling all the scores in. A very, very difficult job. 104 matches for the week. Testament to everybody who works on this project.
70. Mark, you require 146.
It's interesting you said the best seat in the house, because I often think that's one of the hard things about being a referee, like the tension and impact on the car.
94.
To stand
Michael, you
static
require
and still for that long.
148.
Not to mention the fact that Mark was very tall. Probably not a great deal of altitude up there.
66.
Oxygen at that
Mark, you
altitude.
require 52.
Mixing me words. Double top for a 6 visit leg.
Yeah, that's game short in
nice
the
find.
fifth flag.
3-2
Mark
up,
Graham.
averaging 81. And Huntley, who has been living in that low to mid 80s time more often
6
than not, has
targets,
just
Michael the
fallen
throw
off the
first.
wagon a little bit
Game
here.
on.
Just a shade under the 80 mark. Needs to find the last 2 legs to get some more points on the board. This is a drastic situation
140.
for Huntley now.
I think it's more than a drastic situation for Huntley, because if Mark Graham wins this, that'll
121.
move him on to 6 points as well. I think that eliminates Kevin Garcia.
100.
Something's just occurred to me about Mark Graham as well. He's trying to go down the Michael van Gerwen route. He just doesn't have the van. He's just MG.
140.
Doesn't have the same ring to it. If you're talking about Dutch people, well, we do actually have a Dutch referee today. We mentioned Marco. We've also got some Dutch friends of ours
56.
working in the back stage crew as well. Big welcome to our friends Michael and Remco as well. Love Remco and Michael. Great people. Been working in the sport
66.
for a long time. Know their stuff. Everybody doing a stellar job.
70.
You're a 90s kid, aren't you? I've got one for you. And this is about our friend Remco, actually. Because you remember the game company?
134. Michael, you require 135.
Come on, you know that one. I think it's a Japanese company. We'll come back to it. It's irrelevant right now because Mark Graham's looking for the win.
82. 92. Sorry. Mark, you require 40.
Tops for the match. And it is for Graham to go to 6 points to join Reece Colley on that mark, with Colley having a game in hand, which comes after this.
Game, shot,
Double 10
and a
found.
match. Mark Graham.
And Mark Graham is having a very good time of it, but Huntley, he is left bereft towards the foot of the table. He has got 2 points in the bank, but he will have to be perfect from this point if he stands any chance of coming through this group. He's got one match to come against Shane McGuirk in match 14. But as far as Graham is concerned, 84, yeah, not bad. Checkouts, good enough. And he's got one more match left. And that comes in game 13 against Colley. Interesting stuff ahead. Now, I mentioned it's Colley against Thomas. Yes, that's coming next. It's not far away.
Welcome back. I'm really enjoying the start of Group C, and we've just seen Mark Graham enjoy a 4-2 win against Mike Huntley. Good win for Mark Graham. They're a good day for him on debut.
Yeah, not too bad at all. If you think about what he's doing in the table, he's got to be happy with his position. But the performance, I would say he's happy enough with the win, but these players are never happy with an 84 average. They always want to be touching, if not going beyond that 90 mark. But what I know about Mark Graham at the moment, it's all about the results. The performances will come, the more wins he gets.
Yeah, well, wins make points, and we can see that things are looking in the right direction for Mark Graham. Top of the table, in fact, although he has played a game more than Reece Colley, who will play that game in hand next. Just looking in the middle section of the table there, Michael Huntley, the issue for him this week have been that the wins have been kind of spread out.
Yeah, he hasn't put any runs together. What he could do with is what Kevin Garcia did yesterday. And yeah, hasten to say, he probably does need 8 points tomorrow, as well as getting a win in his last match. Another 10 points from there might be good enough, but he's going to need things to bunch up a bit more in the middle part of the table. But maybe he needs to win everything from here, in my opinion.
But you mentioned Kevin Garcia on 0 there, as we can see. Is he out already?
I'd probably have to say yes. You think about the Graham and Colley and McGuirk, they've all got a bit of a jump on him, and I suppose the confidence levels of Kevin Garcia are going to be pretty much down towards where they were on Monday, which is very unfortunate because he's built up such a head of steam over the last couple of days. But if he can recover from this position, he'll show that resilience that we were talking about earlier.
Well, it should be a confident Reece Colley going into this one against Martin Thomas. Reece has won 3 from 3, although he did survive a couple of match starts against McGuirk earlier on. But Thomas is an experienced operator himself. Can you see a Colley wobble in this one?
There it is. Right there. Possibly, but I just get the feeling that if you look at the averages for the day, there is something in it. And I think Martin's been playing some decent stuff. He's had a bit of a wobble himself in the middle part of today's play, but if there is some sort of frailty for Reece, it's going to be the fact that he hasn't played a great deal of matches. The same as Martin, yes, but his level of performance has dropped from match 1 to match 3. So maybe he can be exposed, but I'm going to go for the Reece win.
Let's see if Colley can carry on winning. Matt Edgar is down in comms. Paul will join him.
Thank you, Chris. And this one's going to be an interesting one. Before the off, these two was the bookies' favourites to take this group. Martin Thomas 7-4, Reece Colley 13-5. But Martin Thomas is getting himself into a position here where he's going to need to start getting wins, or it could be curtains for him. Reece Colley looking to retake his position at the top of the table. This is his game in hand. When Mark Graham has hit the top spot after that 4-2 victory over Michael Huntley. Reece Colley's got this one, and that could put him on to 8, which will
First
also give him a good leg
Reece
advantage as well. You see they're very
Game
level
on.
on that one. Martin Thomas, though, 2 points so far. He's only got the 1 win. That was against Michael Huntley. 4-3 in game 4 earlier on today.
97.
And if he loses this one, he'll be 6 points away from the top, which will be Reece Colley on 8. And then Mark Graham sat on 6 points. So
60.
Martin Thomas could start becoming a little bit detached himself. He doesn't have very good legs either. We saw there Michael Huntley ahead of
41.
him on the table, both on 2 points, but the leg difference with Martin Thomas isn't there. He really has to win this one
81.
to keep his hopes alive. I think if he loses this one, the hopes of winning the group will be gone.
60.
He'll be trying to get that second spot.
I think only a really confident player comes into a group like this saying they want to
82.
win it. Or should I say, they're going to win it. All you really need to do is qualify. Save your best stuff for Saturday night, but
58.
have enough in the tank in the group just to get through it. Now, in this group, of course, it is only 2 players going through from 6. But when we start tonight's session, it's 3 players
96.
from 5, which is why getting into Group B is a bit more fortuitous.
You've got a bit more time to recover as well, haven't you? Like, say, if Martin Thomas loses this game,
45.
he becomes quite detached. Where in Group B, you can get away with having that sloppy day, and a good day can recover you. Where in this group, you don't always get that luxury.
82.
If you have a bad day, most of the time you're out.
We do have someone in Group B tonight who has a bit of redemption on his mind. That's Scott Walters. Because a few weeks ago,
Martin, you require 100.
in this kind of group, on this kind of day, on a Thursday, he won 5 out of 5. He ended up in 5th position in the table.
40.
Just proving that it's not a one-day group. You have to do it over 2 days. No matter how dominant you are on Thursday, the job is not done.
67. Martin, you require 60.
Martin really should be coming back at 3 darts here. But he threw one off the board going for the tops.
Yeah, that's game short in the first leg.
That time.
Martin Thomas.
He takes the lead in this one. Reece Colley starts slow again.
Second leg, it's Martin to throw first.
All right in the last game against Shane McGuirk, but then really lost his way for a couple of legs, didn't he? Went 3-1 down and then found his best.
I love that you said that word, all right.
137.
If you're from Dudley or that sort of area, the only way to greet someone from that region of the world is, are you all right?
120.
Ooh, that wasn't as violent as yesterday's Robert Owen catastrophe, but the stem came out of that aluminium stem with some purpose, didn't it?
81.
We only had 2 pieces.
Yeah, paying testament to the aluminium stem there. It's in one piece. It's all good.
84.
Do you take much in the way of spares up on the stage?
A ridiculous amount. Like, over the top amount.
26.
Like, even now, if I go to a tournament, I want like 30, 40 spare stems.
What do you think's going to happen?
99.
I don't know, but I don't want to be in the position where after 30 stems I go, oh, I wish I packed 40.
63.
Funny enough, about 10 years ago, I used to play things like the Grand Prix, the Grand Slam, and that kind of tournament, and I would have on the table a pre-glued stem and flight
130.
set. Up there, I would have 3 of them because I used to use nail glue to glue the flights in, because there was a tournament back in 2012 where Merv King said to me, "Can you stop your flights going on the floor, please?" I just said, "Yes, Merv." So I started using nail glue.
134.
And then they never fell on the floor
60.
again. But if I ruined one piece, I'd ruin them all. Double top.
40. Martin, you require
chance for
60.
Thomas. He took out 60 in the first leg. Oh, what a lie.
Yeah, that's game short in the second leg.
For a 2-0 lead.
Martin Thomas.
Is he exposing Reece Colley at this portion of the group?
Third leg is
Reece
to throw first. Game on.
We've seen what he can do. How's his engine?
It's out again.
It's the stem.
139.
On an aluminium stem, when you disrupt the integrity of the prongs at the top, if you persist with it, that flight is going to keep coming out. He needs to replace that stem.
135.
Speaking about darts, equipment, cases, things like that. When I played in the World Championships the first time,
96.
At that point, I haven't got my own brand of darts. I just used darts that was like from the shop.
Who are you playing against?
Darius Labanauskas.
Ah, the Bond baddie.
And
50.
I went with a set of darts and I went, oh, what if I break a set of darts? But I only had one set of my darts. So my spare set of darts was a completely different set to the set I had.
55.
And I didn't even take them up on stage with me. They was in the missus' handbag. So if I would have broke a dart or a point or something, I'd have had to have changed my darts
36.
mid-match. I'd also have to have gone off the stage to get them out of a handbag.
You're quite fortunate that didn't happen, right?
It made a great story, though, wouldn't it?
I still think that stem needs changing. You look at that camera angle, it was brilliant, by the way, because it illustrated the tremor of the flight in that damaged stem. The other 2 were really firm, but the third one
60.
had a bit of bedoing about it.
115.
It was actually dart 2 that it happened on. See, that one's all right. That one looks all right. I think it might be this one. What's he done here? Has he left himself double five?
Yeah, that's game short on the
Well, that's a bit of a
lap.
weird
Reece
1-1-5,
Colley.
but it was effective.
Forward lag, it's Martin to throw
I think
first.
he's still trying to
Game on.
figure out how he left double five on a 1:15 finish, but, well, there you go. If someone does that for the rest of the week, I'm calling up the Colley.
97.
Went for the single 15 till he tops and slipped in the treble.
I'm just waiting for Chris Murphy to use the pun
60.
that he's so good on the outer ring. He's so good on the exterior that he is the border Colley.
Well, he got you with the Colley wobbles, didn't he?
40.
Trust me, I'm sure he's got about 6 or 7 more of those. Don't you love at the back of the shirt of Martin Thomas that he's got his middle initial in it as well?
180.
Just Martin C. Thomas.
I asked him about this, and I think the story was
58.
his dad was called Martin Thomas, so he became Martin C. Thomas, and he stuck with it. I used to have the same thing because my dad
95.
was Malcolm John Edgar, and I'm Matthew John Edgar, so we had the same initials. So anytime we'd go to a local league, they'd put M. Edgar. So I became MJ Edgar
96.
in like leagues and things. So I can kind of see where it comes from.
I see what you mean. So he didn't want to be called Martin Thomas Jr.
Yes, it's to avoid
134.
that.
Oh, the glasses are gone. I don't recognise him anymore. It's Superman.
60. Reece, you require 32.
He's done a Dean Kane. Oh, no. Superman's gone. Where's he gone? He was only here for a few seconds. Is it just me?
No score. Martin, you
The
require
man of
150.
disguise is Martin Thomas.
Master of Disguise. Used to be a good TV show with that on, actually.
58. Reece, you require 32.
To level the game. To put himself back.
Yeah,
Big
that's game
favourite for
short
this
in the
game.
forward lag. Reece Colley.
He's done it again, hasn't he? He's gone down and then he starts producing his best. That's a good quality about a
Fifth
dart
flag
player.
is Reece to throw first.
Yeah, that
Game
ability
on.
to fix things on the fly, as I like to call it.
If we look at
30.
his pocket of Reece Colley, he's got on there, in the same sort of text, he's got his Chaos Poacher.
I want to know why.
123.
What if he's got 2 nicknames?
Oh, come on, he's not Apollo Creed. You've seen that scene in Rocky IV, haven't you?
57.
Hey, man, you got enough names? Patience, Stallion, patience. Yeah, he was a man with, what, 4 or 5, maybe even 6 nicknames?
Count
85.
That was a belter.
$100.
There's that damaged stem once again. What's your favourite nickname in sport? Wasn't Vitaly Klitschko called Dr. Iron Fist?
45.
I like ironic, silly ones. Like
Shock horror.
like when Vincent Vandermeer was massive.
95.
I also remember being in a garden with him in Germany. And he was trying to explain how he shouldn't be called
59.
massive because he's only a small man. And I'm like, no, it's British humour. Like, we do the opposite. And there's a really tall guy there. And we was like, see him, he would be called tiny.
85.
And he's like, but he's not tiny. He huge, big man. I'm like, he's not getting it.
So Vincent's a bit literal. What's the worst darts
97.
nickname you've ever heard?
Reece, you require
You can't include the Chizzies and the
134.
Walshies and that kind of thing. That's just unimaginative. I never liked the Crafty Potter.
No, that's
That was grim.
yeah.
The power was much better for Phil. Crafty Potter.
94. Martin, you require 92.
Lots of ways for this. Might go 2 double 18s. Or Tops would have left double 16. He doesn't mind the old double, does Martin?
36. Reece, you require 40.
after Reece hits this tops, I'll tell you a terrible nickname.
I'm all ears.
Yeah, that's game short in the 5th flag. Reece Colley.
So far, Reece has got 3 Ws. He just needs a 4th to get 8 points without reply.
6th flag
This is
is
turning out to
Martin
be a
to throw
really
first.
good day for Chaos.
Game on.
Dream boy.
Gary Anderson. Hated it, didn't
140.
he? Hated it. He was called Smiler before that. Because all he ever did was smile, which was so true of him.
95.
My first ever Gary Anderson experience was so funny. It was in Liverpool 21 years ago. And we went for dinner. Me, Gary, and Gary Robson. I was a bit of a greenhorn back then. I didn't realise the value of a full duck on the table.
123.
There's me hoovering up all the duck. Gary comes back from the bathroom and says, "Where's all the duck gone?" He didn't speak to me for an hour.
121.
So this is such an impressive dart shirt that it would be good enough for a home strip for Aston Villa for me.
Martin, you require 140.
That's how good that shirt is.
95.
In his last game, Colley did win by 4 legs to 3. It's looking increasingly likely that he's going to have to do it that way again if he wants to maintain a perfect record.
60. Martin, you require 45.
His action isn't that dissimilar to another Reece Robinson.
Yeah, that's game
And
short
it
in the
is
6th
3-3.
flag.
So
Martin
Colley has the
Thomas.
darts. He serves first, looking to stay perfect, but Thomas looking to get himself back in the
7-10
race.
final leg
hopefully
is
with
Reece to
4
throw
points.
first. Game on.
There was a 16 darter from Reece Colley when it went all the distance in his last game against Shane McGuirk.
85.
Is that a dragon on the left ribs of Martin Thomas? Breathing fire.
180.
What a time to get your first 180 of the match. He's 3 from 4 on the checkouts as well, Martin Thomas, so that gives him a lot of
70.
hope.
What did Red say in the Shawshank Redemption? Hope is a dangerous thing. Not in darts.
140.
But then Andy Dufresne said hope is maybe the best of things.
He was just wiping his hands there on the soon-to-be Paul Nicholson trousers.
180.
What a time to get your second maximum. His last chance to get one in the match. Doesn't get him to a finish.
57.
But it does give him a little bit of a squeak in this last leg shootout.
Especially with that 57 there from Martin Thomas. Reece Colley really does produce when he's under the most severest of pressure.
124.
Oh, this would be excellent. Bullseye for the match.
99.
He senses
Reece,
that's the only chance he had.
68.
Well, one match dart has been and gone for Martin Thomas. Will Reece get match darts? He's going to get 2. And Paul Nicholson's new favourite double.
Game.
And wraps
shot,
it up.
And a match.
Reece
Colley
Colley has been perfect today so far. He's played 4, he's won 4, and that's more on the table for Reece Colley, who takes the top spot now by 2 points. Winning his game in hand there over Martin Thomas, 4-3. And he really is producing some good stuff today, and certainly when he's under the most severest of pressure. That pressure now transfers to Shane McGuirk, who's going to need to keep Kevin Garcia in the next game to stay in touch.
Welcome back. Well, Colley does carry on. Reece Colley winning there 4-3 against Martin Thomas. Disappointment for Thomas, who missed a dart at the ball for a 1-2-4 to win the game. But Colley managed to produce the big stuff, a 180 in that last leg in response to a maximum from Martin. So Colley gets the job done and makes it 4 from 4. Martin Thomas in that match was messing around, taking the specs on, the specs off, wasn't he? It was like Martin can't see Thomas during that one at times. We'll see if he manages to work out what is the best way for his final match of the day. But we'll look at the league table now, and you can see there that Colley is pulling clear at the top. 2 points ahead of Mark Graham on the same games, 4 ahead of Shane McGuirk, who has a game in hand that he's about to play against Kevin Garcia. But Thomas, after 4 matches, with just 1 win to his name, along with Michael Huntley. So Kevin Garcia is about to take on Shane McGuirk, and he did manage to beat him yesterday. In fact, he's won his last 2 against McGuirk after a 4-0 defeat on Monday. That double 10 sealing Wednesday's win over the Irishman, and he will be looking to try and do the same again today and make it a hat-trick, because he is the only player at the moment without any points in this group. And if you get to this stage, because it is only 2 days compared to 3 in Group A, then it becomes even more difficult. McGuirk, though, knows that he needs to try and close the gap on the leading pack. Let's see which way this one goes. Paul Nicholson and Matt Edgar will talk you through the action.
Thanks again, our favourite Sheffield Wednesday fan. And I have found out firsthand that this guy supports Liverpool. Not Everton, not Tranmere. I established by a friend of mine that this guy supports County Monaghan with the colours on his darts. No rivalries here, but Garcia is still looking for his first 2 points of this campaign in Group C. No time like the present, Kev. No time like the present.
Yeah, this is the 4th time these will play this week so far. They'll play again tomorrow. They're going to take each other on 5 times, because both of them started in Group A.
First leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Nico's just doing a spinneroonie on the floor for the 5-time Booker T. But Kevin Garcia, 2-1 up on the head-to-head stats. So if you're looking for positives, if you're Kevin Garcia, you only got to look at your head-to-head stats against Shane McGuirk and go, I can get some points on the board.
134.
But I suppose it really does depend on what time of day he played against McGuirk as well, because the one pattern that we have established with McGuirk is that he tends to play better early in the day.
And I've been in these practice rooms. I can guarantee you right now, Reece Colley,
98.
Mark Graham, Martin Thomas are all going to be willing on Kevin Garcia right now.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair assumption. They do not want this chasm between the bottom and the top. They want everything to be bunched up to make
43.
things way more
Kevin, you
interesting for
require
Friday.
140.
Straight ton to lead tops. That's the wish.
60.
Wish does not come true.
This is a good start from Kevin Garcia. You can take out this 80. That'll be a 5
Kevin, you require 80.
Leg. Go dart tops, but that's a little bit awkward. See him having to move across.
60. Shane, you require 127.
For the and game shot.
$102.
Not
Kevin,
quite.
you require 20.
4 games to go today.
That's game short in the first leg.
And in the
Kevin
fourth last
Garcia.
game, it's Garcia who takes the lead. And we did have a conversation a little bit earlier about famous Garcias in sport. We've had
second leg, it's
a
Shane to
text
throw
from
first. Game on.
Scott Hunt, who says Raul Garcia, head of global operations for, funnily enough, the amateur darts circuit.
100.
So thanks for getting in touch, Scott. Hope you are well and hope your brother does well next week at the Pro Tour. Scott, brother of the Hunter, Adam Hunt.
140.
And Gareth Bauer's been in touch saying Luis Garcia was the footballer that played for Liverpool. And I'm sure he's someone that Garcia liked.
137.
Must be feeling chipper after that performance against Ajax last night. They were very good.
100.
You and I watched that game together.
Yes, good game. I still don't know how the Nunez hit the post. Let's see how that was physically possible.
Yeah, he got the second goal, though. That was a great header.
121.
The keeper was at fault, wasn't he, for a couple of those goals, unfortunately. There's no defenders. There's no attackers. There's no goalkeepers in darts. It's just
81.
a soul
Shane,
sport.
you require
You
143.
are the master of your own destiny.
You ended up going to bed 5 minutes before the end and you missed the big kickoff in the Spurs game.
I watched the highlights of that this morning. How was that offside?
43.
Here's the thing. It wasn't.
60. Shane, you require 100.
Look for the two double tops.
60.
Kevin could
Kevin,
go
you
for three
require
if he wants, but
120.
he's not cut from that sort of cloth. Climb the ladder.
100.
That's another good
Shane, you
effort.
require 40.
So he couldn't take 80, couldn't take 120, so the next leg he's going to get a 160
That's
attempt.
game short in a second leg.
But
Shane
unfortunately,
McGuirk.
this time he doesn't get a second crack of the whip. 1-1 in this one. Good pace about this game.
Third
Good
leg,
stand
it's
too.
given the throw
No,
first.
it's only 2 legs
Game
in, but
on.
let's give them the full credit they deserve. Decent standard.
100.
You ever somebody who used gold darts? Did you go down the bling angle?
I'm one of those people.
78.
That's probably one of the tightest. Oh, I'm dropping myself in here. I'm probably one of the tightest when it comes to darts equipment.
140.
Even in the World Championship, with a set of darts I got from Argos for £9.99.
180.
Nothing wrong with that. It's all about you using what you need
77.
to use. There's such a culture of young people and collectors out there who think, do you know what, my favourite player... Let's give an example here, shall we? My favourite player is Michael van Gerwen,
86.
so I've got to use his equipment. Funnily enough, the darts that Kevin Garcia is using are an old version of the MVG dart from a previous manufacturer.
100. Shane, you
He's
require
probably using them because
157.
he feels they are the ones he needs to use. But there are lots of people who buy the stuff based on the pro's face on the box.
59.
You need to use
Kevin, you
what
require
works for
84.
you.
Do you know how I found that that was the set of darts that I wanted to use?
Tell me.
Because they were the cheapest.
Wow. He's left himself double
78.
three.
Goldilocks.
Shane, you require 98.
Left himself on the Ashdown. Treble 18. Now, did he think about double 19 double top?
58. Kevin, you require 6.
Now, this double is not good for Garcia. Because he could be blocking himself there. Well, he definitely has this time.
Yeah, that's game short in the
what a
third
dart.
leg. Kevin Garcia.
That is a contender for Dart of the Week, that. Not only through the posts, but bypassing a
Forward
blocking
leg is
flight.
Shane to throw first.
That was
Game on.
surgical. I tip my hat to you, Kev.
He didn't move. I thought he was being overly persistent there, but found a way.
47.
Must have looped it.
You know what? Darwin Nunez would have hit the post there. Maybe Kevin Garcia should go
60.
up front for Liverpool. What a shot that was.
$41.
And that would have made for a happy practice room here. Because if Shane McGuirk doesn't take the points here and Kevin Garcia does,
58.
that's going to make the 8 points Reece Colley's on look even stronger.
Yes, very much so. You could have a situation tomorrow where 4 or even 5
81.
players are vying for that second spot, and one person is way out in front. We don't have that situation right now because Colley's only 2 points ahead of Mark Graham, who is 2 points ahead of McGuirk. But I would like to have the situation tomorrow where everybody's still involved. Don't know whether I'm going soft in my old age, but I don't want to see anybody rooted at the bottom of the table on 0 points going into day 2.
59.
It has been very similar to Monday for Kevin, though, hasn't it? Played decent darts, just hasn't got any points.
Yet.
100.
Because he's not in a bad position in this one. If he can find the 140.
Such a lovely word, that. Yet. Because we can't forecast
96.
the future. And
Shane, you require 135.
Bull's covered, but he'll still go 60 for it.
49.
Seen in the last few weeks what
Kevin,
you can do on a
128.
checkout like that. Chris Mason took out a belter of a 132 against Conan Whitehead. Look at this for a 128.
Yeah, that's came short in the fourth
Garcia.
leg. Kevin Garcia.
An absolute scything to the ribs of Shane McGuirk with one of the most
Fifth
difficult
leg,
outs
it's
in that
Kevin to throw
range.
first. Game on.
His best visit of the day.
And did you hear that yes from Marco? He really gave him the full barrel,
95.
didn't he? Yes. He knew how important that was as the referee.
Well, if Marco Meyer was to somehow, for Halloween on Monday, because I do believe he's going to be the referee on Monday, if he was going to dress up as Freddie Williams, he's going to have to go and find a clothes shop with some beige jackets, some very interesting looking ties, and some thick-rimmed glasses.
140.
I can't remember if it was Henry I was in here with, and he says, we should have a day where you get to dress your opponent. And he goes, what would you have your opponent dress in? And I came up with some outfits, and he was like, yeah, I can see where you're going with this. Like, one was a full coat of armour.
That's absolutely the right thing to do, because you can't throw darts in a suit of armour.
95.
If someone was more of a front face, it'd be a clown. They got clown shoes, so it'd be right to the
I know
back.
exactly what I'd dress all my opponents in.
Shane, you require 170.
Straight jacket. Yeah, do you know Silence of the Lambs?
140.
Anthony
Kevin, you
Hopkins is in
require
that thing with the straight
140.
jacket and he's being wheeled around. Well, they're not going to be able to throw in that regalia, are they? Oh, that's
39.
But in all likelihood,
Shane, you require 30.
McGuirk will prolong this match with a double 15. Has he caught in 2 mines there, Matt?
It was a regrip. So with that first dart, we've seen before the leg moves round,
22. Kevin, you require
If that's not in sync,
121.
it's best for the regrip, and that's what Shane needed to do in that situation.
Can't get another ton plus out.
57.
Ironically,
Shane,
the
you
131 is
require
actually
8.
easier, in my opinion, than the 128. 2 fours.
4.
Chance for Garcia to get a
Kevin, you
big
require
victory.
64.
His leg difference currently stands at -7. Take this 64 and he brings it to -4, which is better than Martin Thomas. The same as Mike Huntley.
32.
That's close.
Shane, you
to his first win
require
of the day.
4.
We've seen this from Shane. The past couple of days, he starts well and the performance just tails off a little bit around lunchtime. He's going to need these twos to keep this going.
No score.
Kevin Garcia.
Kevin, you require
comes back
32.
to get his first points of the day.
To close out round 4.
Game.
And he does.
Shot and a match.
Not the best leg in
Kevin
the world, but he
Garcia.
will take that victory. He's not going to have the same sort of predicament as Monday, where he walked away with 0. The averages reflect a very close game, but look at the amount of doubles that Shane McGuirk missed. 9 as opposed to only 6 for Garcia. 4 rounds of play have been completed. The final furlong is coming your way after this short break, and we're going to start with Reece Colley up against Mark Graham, a battle from the top of the table.
Know the route. Steve Brown missed it early on today. But Colley here! He's the man! As he hits a 9-dart finish!
Biggest finish of the week so far! What a shot from Ryan Palmer!
There's one of them. There's the other.
What a way to save the match! Brilliant for Kevin Painter.
For double 17.
Game
We haven't seen many double 17s who could get it to take Tebow through. What a thing to do!
Well, that's incredible.
Finesse is also there. Lee Schumann is out.
So is it going to be the story of all stories? Tops.
Bet his heart is pumping at 1,000,000 miles an hour at this point.
Double 16. Whitehead wins the title and wins the jackpot along with it. Under the confetti here at the MODUS Live Lounge. Whitehead is the man. What a stage. What a Champions Week. What a finals night.
Yes, it was Conan who conquered at finals night of Champions Week for stage 1 here at the Super Series. But we're now into stage 2, and you can be here on any of the Saturday nights. We are based in Portsmouth, and if you can get here and get up close for this unique experience of live darts, then head to dartshop.tv to get yourself some tickets. They're absolutely free. Right, let's have a quick reflection on that previous match as Kevin Garcia picked up his first win of the day. A 4-1 success in the end against Shane McGuirk. A brilliant 1-2-8 checkout in there to lead the game 3-1. And Garcia finally gets off the mark. We are going to move into the final round of matches for today now. But just looking at the table before we do, well, that win for Garcia actually takes him off the bottom. Better leg difference than Martin Thomas. Michael Huntley also on 2 points with just 1 win from 4. It's clear who the runaway leaders are, though. Mark Graham and Reece Colley, who's gone 4 from 4 today. That pair about to go head-to-head right now. A top of the table tussle is about to get underway. If Colley wins it, it will be a perfect day for him. If Graham wins it, he will go joint top with both players winning 4 out of 5 matches. A really crucial contest. Paul Nicholson and Matt Edgar waiting with bated breath, I'm sure, to talk you through it.
Yes, we are, Murph. Thank you very much. Top of the table clashes are always going to be good. But Reece Colley, on his return to the Super Series, is looking for a Lou Reed, as Abby Davis and I call it, the perfect day. As far as Mark Graham's concerned, this is a decent debut. If he walks away with 8 points, he will share the top spot overnight with this young man. How do you grade how Mark Graham's played on Thursday, Matt Edgar?
Much better than I think we expected. And what we had to go on.
First leg is Reece through first. Game on.
Despite the fact he's put a lot of miles in, he's not had the best results out on that tour.
55.
However, he's certainly shown enough here. And again, when you look at the odds, it's from the odds that was this morning, he's got people's attention because the odds have shortened for this game, meaning that there's been people backing Mark Graham.
93.
This is how anal I can be when talking about equipment. Reece Colley still hasn't taken that knackered stem out.
42.
I really hope he's got some spares. He's going to need them tomorrow. And what's more, in a somewhat microscopic sense, if you've got sharp points and aluminium stems, if you catch that top of the stem, which has been bent a little bit, not only is that dart going to land on the floor or somewhat arrowed into the metal, it could cost you valuable points. These are the small things you need to be aware of.
And if that stem becomes a bit too loose, could Robert Owen himself.
I like these darts that Mark Graham uses.
140. Reece require 158.
What would you classify that shape as? It looks like a bit of a Zeppelin, doesn't it?
The dart?
Yeah, they're not made of lead, by the way.
It's a bit like an onion.
57.
What's it got layers?
Mark, you require 84.
Oh, you're thinking of the end of a spring onion, aren't you? You has me thinking 42. You were talking about a cylinder, a circular onion.
101.
No, it looks like the end of a spring onion. I get what you're talking about now. This is finishing school 101.
49. Mark, you require 42.
Complete the exam. Graham goes for 2 and tops.
Yeah, that's game short in the
first leg in 17 darts. Very handy break a throw there for MG.
Second leg is Mark to throw first.
That's not going to catch on.
Reece has done this, hasn't he? His last couple of games started slow.
140
into the back end of the game. I wonder if that's why we've seen a bit of a market move in favour for Mark Graham. Because maybe the punters think
60
that eventually Reece is going to run dry when going to that well, or they might think that Mark Graham's got the ability just to see the job through.
58.
Well, in the words of Carly Simon, let the river run. You're more of a 90s guy. You don't get that reference, do you? That's more of an 80s thing.
No, I caught you doing your... Not Wordle, is it? It's...
Oh, hurdle.
Yeah, and I didn't know any of them.
49.
Well, I got Chris Murphy to blame for getting me into that game. You've got to guess the name of a song after 1 second of it being played.
96.
Maybe we should have a hurdle version of walk-on songs. I wonder what the walk-on songs would be for these two. I'll have to do a bit of digging.
60.
Probably easier to find out what Mark Graham's is because he has played at Lakeside. I think we may find out what Reece's is because he is qualified for next year's Lakeside.
100.
British Open win. He's got a very good experience in his future.
100. Reece, you
The World
require
Masters is coming up as
145.
well. That's just over a month away, taking place in the Netherlands.
54. Mark, you require 94.
First chance we get to see Mark on one of these shots to see what he does. He goes the aggressive route, the more modern route.
78.
Also known as
Reece,
the
you
old school
require
route.
91.
It's gone full circle, hasn't it? Amazing how things come back into fashion. Double 10.
Yeah, that's
Never
been
goes
short
out
in
of
the
fashion.
second leg. Reece Colley.
That's an immediate break back for Reece. And you already think that this one might go the distance.
Third leg
Something
is
that we've
Reece
had a
throw
few times
first.
today, in fact.
Game on.
5 times. 5 times. I'm not going to do the rest.
45.
Say about walk-on songs, and it led me to assumptions. He didn't know what assumption would you make about Mark Graham? What would you say his job is if we didn't know that he's a butcher due to his nickname?
140.
I don't know.
I would have gone farmer
85.
Any particular reason for that?
because he looks like a farmer.
That's a decent enough reason.
45.
And I'd say Reece Colley. Something to do with burgers.
57.
Just nothing specific. Just something to do with burgers. I would go chef.
123.
I'm not pigeonholing him with just burgers. He might be, I mean, he could be like Ted Everett or Bernd Royth. He could be a really good chef.
140.
Jared Cole's a chef as well.
Yes, he is. I wonder who the best cook is in world darts. Paul Lim
100.
or Bobby George. But Paul Lim actually was a chef, wasn't he? Qualified. So I think he'd probably have to get that tally.
81. Mark, you
When he wasn't
require
here the other day,
93.
he was talking about a potential cook-off between you and Mace.
Oh, that would be interesting. That would make for a really good video, wouldn't it? You'd have to give us an ingredient. Would it be a cauliflower?
And a burger.
53.
Well, if it was a cauliflower, I'd do a whole roasted
Reece, you
cauliflower and
require
spice it up.
93.
With lots of butter. Ooh, buttier bread, Reece.
Yeah, that's
But has he
been
got
shown
Mark
in the
Graham on
third
toast?
leg. Reece Colley.
It's a very food theme now, isn't it?
Oh,
Forward
now
leg
you're
is
in my
Mark the throw
wheelhouse.
first. Game on.
Chris Murphy's upstairs now writing down loads of puns to do with food.
Well, in America, they've got graham crackers. Well, they say graham crackers, but they're actually spelled graham crackers.
140.
And there is, of course, an alcoholic beverage with the name Mark in it.
100.
Maker's Mark. Nope, not a fan of that one. Nope.
57.
There's a chocolate with Reece in it.
Yes, I know that one. Because my son
100.
pesters me for that every year, especially around Christmas.
They're full of with peanut butter, aren't they? Oh, look at this, filling his jar full of sauce.
140.
You saw a collision with the previous flight. It was quite violent.
Yeah, really good angle for seeing that deflection, wasn't it?
40.
Oh, there it goes. Get another stem, will you, Reece? This is driving me up the wall.
Do you think if you was playing Reece, you'd mention something to him about it?
Oh, no. Oh, yes.
Yeah, that's game short in the forward line.
A 164. Best finish of the day so far. And he didn't really need to get it.
Fifth flag is Reece
But he dips his bread and there's plenty of gravy in that jug.
He did this earlier as well, didn't he? He set up the 170 when he didn't really have to do the setup shot. And then went for the 170 on the ball when the opponent was well back.
96.
It's like he just wants to get it done at the earliest time of asking. And you don't care what it is, I'm just going straight for things.
I get the feeling that Mark Grimm's improving
140.
as the day goes on. He's averaging 96 here. Causing problems for the undefeated Colley.
45.
He's definitely impressed me today. I wasn't sure what we're going to get from him.
54.
I did watch him play Dave Prinz at Lakeside. And I thought maybe he's one of those players who made it to Lakeside and thought, this is the culmination of everything I've ever done. Was there another level? Well, I believe there is another level.
$28.
I think when you look at his season so far, all the miles, all the travelling that he's doing, and he's sat in number 63 at the moment in the WDF rankings, you sort of feel that everything for him at the moment is about getting back to Lakeside again for the World Championships that they'll be putting on.
Everybody wants to make a World Championship.
97.
But at the same time, everybody wants to win at a World Championship. You know that feeling. Your first experience, you didn't win, but you went back and you won against Kyvenhoven.
Oh, it's a great feeling. There's no better feeling than a World Championship win.
41.
You float for a couple of days, don't you, after the first win? You just think, yeah, life's good.
$82.
Well, this is a little bit different from Reece.
95.
Mark
you require 100.
Then he accelerates. In this game, he started slow. He accelerated. And now he's stalling slightly.
80. Reece you require 116.
Very safe third dart. I'd love to see that. Took the 60 out of play, but this 57 is very hard to find. That's why.
56.
The Welshman for the lead.
20.
For a third breaker throw in the match. Just how costly will that be?
Reece you require 60.
He had the marker there, and you could see the deflection off the first dart with the second there. Just got it all wrong. Reece Colley can come around this and
that's game
the
short
misery,
in the
and that's a
fifth
great
flag.
dart.
Reece Colley.
This is the thing that Reece Colley's been able to do. He's shaking his head. He's not happy with the performance, but he's winning.
Six flag is marked to throw first.
You've got to be a player these days who has excellence and grit. You're not going to win every game by destroying everybody. You're not a robot.
100.
You've got to dig deep sometimes, and that's exactly what Reece is doing here, albeit with a bit of fortune because his opponent did miss doubles. But when they do, make them pay.
180.
Said we'd like to see a little bit more from Reece Colley when he is not playing his
55.
best. He is giving us that answer in this game.
Pretty emphatic. 6 brilliantly delivered darts in this sixth leg. The inevitable question will come up
60
in the next 30 minutes or so. If Colley gets 10 points, is he all but through to Saturday night? We know that he's not.
58.
Because of what Scott Walters did a few weeks ago. He won 10 points on Thursday. He won 0. Yes, nothing on Friday. And he ended up in 5th. So whatever happens from here, Reece Colley is not safe. He's still got more work to do. But he'd love to have 10 points instead of 8.
But you know what Scott Walters didn't have? The Edgar tip. The Edgar seal of approval.
55. Mark, you require 106.
I see.
Oh, yeah, I'm taking credit for this one.
Is this going then? Oh, it's not. It doesn't even give Matt Edgar the chance to answer the question.
74.
And we know what Reece Colley did on 68 the last time he was on it.
Reece requires 68.
In 3.
And that was for the match as well, just like this one. After his 12 darts thrown, he's looking to get this one wrapped up on tops.
48.
That would have
Mark, you
rounded off
require
a perfect
32.
day of points. Still could be. We'll
24.
come back with 3 in hand.
Reece
Mark Graham has
requires
missed 8 darts
20.
at double. And 6 of them in the last 2 legs.
Game.
And he's
shot,
made to
and a
pay
match.
for those misses
Reece Colley.
because Reece Colley has missed a perfect for Thursday morning and Thursday afternoon. An 87 average, and that was a B game performance. So that's pretty ominous, not just for this group, for Mark Graham, but the ominous thing for me was that Reece Colley was able to win with his C game. Incredible stuff. 57% on the checkouts. That was the difference, wasn't it? He found 4 doubles from 7 attempts, whereas Mark Graham had more attempts and couldn't find enough in the way of accuracy. So their day is done, but as far as Shane McGuirk and Michael Huntley are concerned, their day isn't, because their final game will come up after this.
Welcome back. Well, it's been a perfect day then for Reece Colley here at the Super Series, winning all 5 of his matches in Group C, completing that clean sweep with a victory over Mark Graham. 4-2, not the best performance that we've seen from him today, averaging actually just shy of 80 in the end, but he was clinical with his finishing, 57% in that department in comparison to just 20% from Graham, although he did have that blockbuster checkout, didn't he? The 164 in there. Still a decent day's work from him with 3 from 5, but it is Colley who claims maximum points on day 1 of Group C. And as you can see, that gives him the perfect 10 at the top of the table, 4 clear of the man he's just beaten, and then a further 6 clear of Shane McGuirk, Michael Huntley, Kevin Garcia and Martin Thomas, all on 2 points, having won 1 match, looking to add to their tally before the day is over. And it is McGuirk taking on Huntley in the penultimate match of the session. McGuirk's actually beaten Huntley in all 3 of their meetings this week. They both played in Group A. We can see him here getting a 4-2 victory over Michael yesterday to make it a hat-trick of wins. And he'll be looking to carry on that run and keep himself in contention. It is a runaway leader now. It looks like a lot of the players are playing for second place, but I've had my fingers burnt saying that somebody's already through. So I won't be saying that to Reece Colley when we chat with him after this match, but we will get some reflections from Reece then. Before that is Shane McGuirk against Michael Huntley, and Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar are ready to talk you through it.
Thanks, Murph. Always nice to know you're not going to burn your fingers for a second time. Once bitten, twice shy and all of that. Well, this is match number 4 for these guys this week. And like Chris mentioned, Shane McGuirk has got the wood on this guy, but both are still in the running. McGuirk more so because he has 2 more points than Huntley. Is this win and maybe a chance tomorrow? Or lose and maybe out? What do you think, Matt Edgar?
Yeah, you don't want to be going into tomorrow chasing too much. They're going to be chasing.
First leg, it's Shane to throw first.
This is quite a vital game. And I go back to it. It's silly little things. But let's look at the case.
85.
You see how it's facing away now? It's
doesn't want to watch. It's had enough.
It's just that attention to detail
36
isn't there at the back end of the day. And ironically, the results aren't there at the back end of the day either.
There is also the possibility that Shane McGuirk really
134
about the case situation, and we've made it seem more important than it actually is.
But could you imagine
140
Price's case facing the wall?
No, Gezi would get his own table. And there would be a bottle of water at the top, a bottle cap in the middle,
96
perfectly lined up at the bottom. Just the way he rolls.
Attention to detail. It's just ironic that Shane's results
60
come when he has that real attention to the detail of the stage.
Are you telling me that he plays better when his case is watching?
Yes.
54.
Now you got me paranoid about where I put my case.
95. Shane, you require 132
from Huntley. Bullseye usage needed here, and that doesn't help. That's a sign that maybe the dart came out a bit light.
40. Michael, you require 170.
I think it's more to do with routine. Routine and familiarity. That's what a warm-up essentially is. It's not just to prepare the body.
60. Shane, you require 92
for the task that's ahead. The aggressive route. He's making a bit of a mess of the back end of this leg.
Oh, he didn't want to go double-double, did he?
52.
Yeah, I don't think our
Michael,
referee was
you require
expecting a treble eight
110.
there, but it happened. He's had plenty of opportunities on 100-and-something checkouts with a single involved. Oh, and he's missed a single.
78.
Michael.
Shane, you require 40.
Getting a bit messy, this one.
Yeah, that's game short
That's
on
a
the
bit
first
Lionel.
leg. Shane McGuirk.
Straight in. Lionel Messi, not
Ah, right.
Second leg is Michael to throw first. Game on.
Well, it was a bit scrappy getting down to it, but as soon as he got down to it, there's been one dart of a double and it's gone in.
140.
You know, sometimes I think it's fascinating to get the point of view of the players at the end of the day. Murph's already mentioned that he's going to have a word with Reece Colley at the end of this match.
48.
But I think it would be also very interesting to get the point of view of Mike Huntley and Kevin Garcia at the end of their
60.
campaign this week, whenever that does end, to see how they found the experience.
What are you expecting
96.
from that Reece Colley interview? Because from the conversations I've had with him and what I've seen of him, I think he's going to be playing this quite down.
100.
He doesn't strike me as the kind of lad who's going to be mega exuberant. He's not going to talk his chances up and say, I'm going to blitz everybody this week.
121.
Some players, particularly Chris Mason, over the last few weeks, he's just tried to play things down, keep it placid, and it's probably the right way to go.
139.
It's really important for Reece to know that he's not through. Yeah, there we go. The Fred Astaire of the MODUS Super Series with the feet dancing all over the shop.
100.
We got away with
Michael,
that
you
being a
require
tap dancing
62.
routine, couldn't we?
Double 16.
46.
He
Shane,
did
you
have a look at
require
a 136 earlier,
136.
didn't he? He missed it.
There's that regrip on the first dart. Doesn't give a dart of the double this time on the 136. It would have left him the double 8, ironically.
82.
Michael Huntley wants to
Michael,
level
you
the
require
game.
16. Yeah, that's
And he
game
does.
short in the second leg.
Bottom corner
Michael
job
Huntley.
from the man in MVG green and black.
Third leg, it's Shane to throw first.
If you
Game
was
on.
a 23-year-old dart player who's just won 5 out of 5, you think you'd be playing it down?
I'm trying to remember what I was like when I was 23.
59.
Probably not.
In these groups, I've got the terrible habit when I start going on
140.
top, making sure everybody else knows in the room. And it was quite funny actually once because one of the people in that practice room was Andy Jenkins.
No, I'm sure that went down well.
180.
He had a few choice words for me.
That's one way to put it. Oh, beautiful darts from both players.
180.
Oh, look at this. It's continuing. Stay.
162
162 off the back of maximums. Proper darts. They haven't missed in ages.
We just saw 10 perfect
100.
darts.
Shane, you require 100.
Great standard. Double 19.
62. Michael,
he
you
might lose the
require
leg.
81.
Then again, he might not. Doesn't strike me as the kind of guy who's going to go double 17. A somewhat hopeful ask of the referee. Is that a 14 or a 42? It is the smaller number, unfortunately.
41. Shane, you require 38.
What do you do here? Split or go? Split. There's another regrip. More regrips than Sergio Garcia. Just quite a few.
22.
Well, this is
Michael,
an
you require
opportunity.
40.
Opportunity to put himself back in the hunt at qualifying through Group C.
20.
That is a well thrown
Shane, you
dart.
require
That's
16.
just happened too many times, hasn't it, over the last 4 days? He's missed too many doubles by very small margins.
8.
Speaking of small margins, that's
Michael,
exactly
you
what happened
require
there.
20.
Well, he gets another go. Tries to put himself halfway to victory.
This is the leg that had those 10 perfect darts.
Feels like the first leg, doesn't it? They've come down well. It's a bit scrappy at the
10.
back end, and that's 6.
Shane, you require 8.
6 darts, 6 opportunities to break the throw and get himself halfway there. This is to end the opportunity. Might have another.
Yeah, that's game
That's
short
a
in the
really good
third
dart, in
leg.
fact,
Shane
because
McGuirk.
the frustration level of these players will be ramped up when they continually
Forward
find
leg is Michael to throw first. Game on.
the wires on the wrong side of those doubles. Time for the perspiration to be swept away It's a very interesting case.
140.
Shane McGuirk has. It's almost like a little TARDIS, isn't it? He had a towel inside it. Anything else in there? Lamp.
121.
So Mary Poppins had in her bag.
I thought he was going down the Aladdin road.
What would be inside the Aladdin's
96
case then?
A genie.
So it'd be the lamp, not a bag. Doesn't have the same ring to it, does it?
55.
Aladdin's bag. Reminds me of a time when I was at a European tour event commentating with
140.
Dan Dawson. And there was a lady in the crowd with very curly hair, and I said, "Oh, she looks like that mythical woman." And Dan said, "Oh, Medusa." And I said, "Yeah, that's
43.
the girl."
Michael, you require 125.
Well, there's the 5. There's the 25.
45.
He didn't get far enough down to make himself feel comfortable yet. It's unmistakable to me
80.
that there is a stamina issue with Shane McGuirk. It has happened all week, where he's tailed off towards the end
60.
of campaigns, and you mustn't do that in these groups.
It makes me wonder if he's one of these players, because you see it where they'll have the breakfast in the
84.
morning.
Michael,
they'll
you
come
require
here,
20.
And then they'll go for lunch after they've finished playing, rather than keeping themselves throughout the day with snacks and
10.
There was an old expression.
Shane, you require 140.
It was actually might have been an old Irish player called John McGowan, I think it was.
100.
Mr. Magoo.
Michael, you require 10.
I think he said an expression, "Don't eat until you beat."
Yeah, that's game short on the forward line.
Nobody's beaten this
Michael
one.
Huntley.
Still got possibly 3 legs to go. I love John.
Fifth
Still
lag
the
is
oldest
Shane
man to hit a
throw
9-darter
first.
on the tour.
Game on.
He's in his late 60s.
I've got some stories for you tonight as well in Group B when
44.
Pete Burgoyne will be playing tonight. I've got a few stories for when he's on.
Do you know what? Pete Burgoyne, it actually sounds like a sound effect. Burgoyne.
68.
We just need him to have the the spring-loaded wobbly darts.
Yeah.
You could, every time you throw Burgoyne, as it's like hitting the ball.
94.
You know for a fact we're going to get tweeted by Matt Ward tonight. You got Jim McHugh and James Horrell, the two
45.
graduates from Group A. Burgoyne.
$140.
Paul Nicholson will be back in 5 minutes.
$41. $134. $140. Shane, you require 89. $33.
Pressure needed by Huntley.
100. Shane, you require 56.
Is that enough? McGuirk has missed 8 darts a double. Make that 9.
46. Michael, you require
Too many.
107.
Can Huntley make him pay? It just didn't seem likely.
99. Shane, you require 10.
See if Shane's got more composure than we've just had.
It's a good lie for double five. If you can get a bit
No
closer,
score.
but it is
Michael
Goldilocks.
8.
Wrong bed.
Chance for you to use two of your new expressions there.
Yeah,
Goldilocks
that's
and then
game
the
shot
four.
and the 5th flag. Michael Huntley.
That's not a classic, but this is still vitally important for Mike Huntley. If he can walk away with 4 points today,
6 flag is Michael to
he's
throw
still in the
first.
running.
Game on.
And with this group bunching up a little bit, you just never know what could happen tomorrow. If he saves his best day for Friday,
45.
things could change. He'd only be 2 points behind Mark Graham. And you just don't know what's going to happen in the next match as well. Someone
16.
is going to get to 4 points. Someone will remain on 2. So it's not as if second position is out of reach. Now, admittedly,
55.
Huntley, at best, is going to have a -2 leg difference. There'll be 7 legs adrift. But there's still plenty of matches tomorrow to fix that.
26.
I said before, didn't I, when we spoke about people like Nathan Aspinall, for example, and it says a lot of the time you don't have to look for the complete package. You've got to look for clues. Michael Huntley has shown us enough clues over the last couple of days to suggest that he has got a full
100.
day in the locker.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. And there's something else as well. We mentioned Scott Walters winning all games on Thursday and none on Friday. But the thing that comes with that
81.
was that Moreno Blom was 5th on the Thursday. He ended up 1st. So there's a little bit of
140.
history for you, Mike. If you want a little bit of encouragement going into Friday, you're doing yourself the world of good right now. But if you want encouragement
93.
for tomorrow
Michael
as well,
161.
that's it. Leave yourself double 12 and you'll be happy.
97.
But 64 will suffice. It's all gone wrong for McGuirk. He started with a 4-3 victory against Thomas.
100.
Then a 4-3 victory against Mark Graham. But since then, no points.
That's a familiar story for Shane McGuirk.
Game, shot,
That's
and a match.
not a familiar
Michael
story
Huntley.
for Michael Huntley. He's in the winners column. He's took a couple of defeats today, but he did get a win earlier, 4-1 against Kevin Garcia. And that's a 4-2 victory there over Shane McGuirk, so he keeps himself in the running. He gives himself hope that he can still qualify through for Saturday night's final. Martin Thomas needs to give himself some hope. And if he's going to do that, he needs to win the next game. That's the last game of the day, and it's coming up next against Kevin Garcia.
Welcome back. Good win there for Michael Huntley to end his day on a high of 4-2 success over Shane McGuirk. The boys in the box were saying might have an issue with stamina as he tails off as days goes on. But one man who didn't tail off today was Reece Colley, who's joined me now. Reece, fantastic day, 5 from 5. You couldn't be more happy with that, could you?
Yeah, I'm over the moon, you know. I come in today just thinking, enjoy. If I can get as many wins as I can, happy days. But on to tomorrow now, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've stood here before. I interviewed Scott Walters. It's become quite infamous here at the Super Series. And I said, you don't really have to turn up tomorrow now, Scott. He lost all 5. He didn't get through. So you know the job's not quite done yet.
No, nowhere near. Last time I was here, I'm sure James Richardson lost all 5 games. And then we was in the practice room and he went, I'm going to win all 5 tomorrow. And he went and won all 5. So, nah, on to tomorrow. Just get him a few wins and feel comfortable, and I'll be happy with that.
Do you feel like you've got a little bit of momentum in your game this year anyway, particularly because of that British Open win earlier this season?
Yeah, I felt confident. My finishes and stuff like that have been going in. Any other time I've been struggling on my doubles and stuff like that, but no, they're going in, so happy days really, yeah.
There's a chance for the viewers as well to learn a little bit more about you. I'm assuming the claret and blue is Aston Villa.
Yeah, it's Aston Villa. I don't know at the minute because I'm playing a bit rubbish, but yeah, Aston Villa.
And Chaos, where does that come from?
Well, actually, I was in Denmark and I was in it was a BDO at the time, and I was reading the newspaper, and I'm not the best for reading, and I'd read it wrong. And then after that, all the lads would just call me, oh God, you're in Chaos, Reece. So after that, it just stuck to it. Like, so yeah, that's Chaos for you.
A nickname with the story, Paul Nicholson will approve. And Reece has been causing chaos for the other players here at the Super Series. Top of the table. Well done, Reece. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
5 out of 5. We've got one more match left to come as well. It is Martin Thomas against Kevin Garcia. Reece will be back tomorrow, but one more game today. And Paul Nicholson and Matt Edgar will talk you through it.
Thanks, Murph, and really nice to hear from Reece Colley there. A great day for him, much deserved. Played some excellent stuff at times, and most of his job is done, but it must be communicated to him that there is still more to do. But nice to know that there is a story behind the nickname. It wasn't just conjured out of thin air. But the same could be said for Storm. The lightning came out of thin air, struck him, he survived, and he got a nickname which he carries to this day. Which one's better, Storm or Chaos?
I thought he was going to compare it to Tomo then, Martin Thomas.
No. Tomo's, it's fine, but it's not imaginative. I'd give him something else. I'd think of something else.
You could extend it to Tommy Arto.
Well, if he likes putting the C on the back of his shirt, you call him the C-bomb.
First leg, it's Martin to throw first.
You know what?
Game on.
I'm feeling something with Tomato here. You know, big red shirt, Keith Della trousers.
28.
You really do think differently, don't you?
You only just worked that out.
Make no mistake, this
96.
is a very important 2 points up for grabs here. The same sort of scenario that Mike Huntley has just been in.
100.
He picked up the 2 points. He's now on 4, alongside McGuirk, who's got a leg difference of -4. Huntley's on -2.
42.
Whoever wins this game will be in the same sort of boathouse as those two. And whoever loses
42
is going to be at the foot of the table going into tomorrow.
Here's a question, right? Kevin Garcia makes it through
57
to the World Championship Monday. Do we get the old Phil Taylor flashy lights again?
I wouldn't do it. Probably scare Kevin. Thinking
100.
Surely not again. He probably doesn't want to go and see the Undertaker at WrestleMania because of the lightning strikes that would hit the ring posts.
56.
I can't imagine how that felt, being struck by lightning. It's bad enough when you get zapped by that electronic game where you're trying to get it past all the curves and stuff, and then you get zapped in your hand. That's bad enough.
And you probably didn't expect it.
96.
So I can imagine it sucked.
I don't think he was walking down the street thinking, I think I'm going to be struck by lightning today.
58.
That's why when you go on a golf course,
Kevin, you require
they tell you to
154.
leave immediately when lightning's in the proximity. Good thing about darts is that we play indoors.
98.
So the likelihood of being struck by lightning is very, very slim indeed.
We don't get many darting injuries. Was it Andy Smith? Who fell
85.
off
Kevin, you
stage
require
once?
56.
Yep. And the very next game he played was in the European Championship. And he
Yeah,
beat
that's
me.
game short in the first leg. Kevin Garcia.
Good leg there from Martin. 20 darts is sufficient.
Second leg is
And
Kevin the throw
Edgar
first.
is
Game on.
brimming with confidence right now because of his tipping. Because I went for Martin Thomas this morning. He could be at the foot of the table. And Reece Colley, Edgar's pick, is at the top.
134.
So he's a very good tipper, is our Edgar. Well done, mate.
Yeah,
39.
We had a congratulations off Chris Murphy the other day, didn't we, for picking one? And congratulations off Paul Nicholson as well. I'll have to clip those up and play those
60.
every day of the year.
Are you trying to tell me that Henry didn't give you one? Congratulations, that is.
No. No congratulations from Henry. I know he's watching.
83.
You can still do it, Henry. You can use the land of Twitter.
He's going to be here on Saturday night. Maybe he can save it for the end of the week.
93.
He's going to come in, isn't he? And his first question he's going to do, he's going to go, right, who wins tonight? He's going to put a microphone straight across and go.
55.
There you go. Earn some congratulations.
Garcia is looking very
56.
focused right now. But unfortunately, Martin Thomas is struggling. Not enough of those. As soon as he gets that first start in, you said it earlier, Mark,
140.
when he does, it transforms the rest of the visit.
158.
Makes everything easier for him.
When your darts land at a certain angle, you become
84.
a first start merchant. And it tends to be anyone who's got like a flat or an angling down dart.
As one of my commentary colleagues calls an FDM.
122.
First start
Kevin,
merchant.
you require 74.
Took 74 and 2. The last time he was on it.
Yeah, that's
This
game
time he
short
takes
in
it
the
in
second
3 to
leg.
double the lead.
Kevin Garcia.
Now he's dreaming of a 4-0 victory. We've only had 2 4-0s today. One for Mark
Third
Graham
leg,
against
it's
Martin
Martin to
Thomas.
throw first. Game
One
on.
for Reece Colley in his first match of the week against Mike Huntley. So Thomas is hoping he's not bageled
100.
twice in the same day, which would severely damage his leg difference. But a 4-0 victory would
60.
give Garcia quite the jump up the table, in fact. It would get him to 4 points. And he would jump McGuirk and Huntley. In fact, a 4-1 victory would be enough for both of those jumps. And he'd be in third all of a sudden. We were thinking that he was out of it
136.
when he was playing in round 4. When he beat Shane McGuirk by 4 legs to 1, he's reignited his chances.
40.
Let's not forget as well that his first match tomorrow will be against Martin Thomas.
50.
And here's the advantage of playing match 15 and match 1 the following day. You can get 4 points in the time that the other guys haven't thrown a dart.
85.
He could be on 6 points alongside Mark Graham by the time he throws his next shot.
99.
And Mark Graham's first game will be against tabletopper Reece Colley. So basically the order and everything you've watched today, you'll just see it flipped in reverse tomorrow. So this will be your first game tomorrow.
81. Gavin,
Then
you
Shane
require
McGuirk, Michael
156.
Huntley, and so on as we work back through the order. But the difference is it's flipped in who throws first.
140. Martin, you require 95.
That's 2 of them. 93 remain. Great recovery.
Yeah, that's
well
game short
done,
in the
Martin.
third
That's
leg.
a superb
Martin
checkout.
Thomas.
As soon as that 57 went in, there was a nod of approval from his opponent. That was a
Forward
great,
leg,
great
it's Gavin to
finish.
throw first. Game on.
Especially when Garcia's on something very, very small. 16 points left for a 3-0 lead.
131.
You've done everything right.
Done something right there. utilising the 17s on that shot. Big fan of that.
180.
Yeah, I like the 17 switch as well. I'd rather have a 1-3-1 start than a 1-3-7 start, personally.
93.
It's not because... Well, it's purely because of the thought process behind it. 1-3-7's great, don't get me wrong, but...
83.
Going for the 1-3-1, getting the single or the treble is just better tactics than going 19s.
99.
Absolutely, the 97 shot is much better than the 99.
If you're looking to leave numbers at the end of
81.
your score, it should be a 0, a 1, a 4, or a 7.
Because essentially the 99 means you're going to need one more
58.
treble
Martin, you require
along the way.
157.
Or you're going to need to switch again. Well, the 17 just allows you to stay on that 20.
43. Gavin, you require
I've had
120.
a few pokes at shots like this today. Well, how does he hit this 60? Oh, he went for 2 bulls. I don't blame him, actually.
42.
That was the
Martin,
only
you require
avenue left.
114.
We have not seen a missed dart at a double in this game yet, which suggests Martin hits this treble, should be 2-2.
74. Gavin, you require
You saw the
78.
integrity of that wire change. 78. Oh, that one's a bit vertical.
58.
And there's no
Martin, you
way if
require
that
40.
second dart went in the way he wanted, that it would have spiked up that much.
Yeah, that's game
It's
short in the
2-2.
forward leg. Martin Thomas.
Small mistakes from Garcia and a little bit of brilliance from Thomas give us a level game. Maximum
Fifth leg,
3
it's
legs
Martin
left
to throw
for
first.
Thursday's
Game
Group C
on.
action.
Remember years ago, before dartboard technology turned into this, what we've got now, and you used to have the old staples on the board.
Ah, the old SFBs.
If you would have hit a dart close like Martin Thomas
94.
did, when he took his dart out, he'd have actually made the double smaller because the wires was sort of just on top of the board, wasn't they? It was just
Yeah.
sort of pinged on. And
60.
it used to be, when we played local and that, if you got your darts out, you'd sort of push it down a little bit. Try and
Ah,
make
the
it
old
smaller.
creative engineering.
Make the target smaller for the other person. You'd pull it out
140.
downwards.
I used to play on the diamond boards, which are an excellent board. They were the boards used for county darts. And
96.
the budgets for the county teams wasn't great, so you'd probably go through 2 boards for a session. And if you were playing 3 or 4, 5 games after the first game,
59.
you could see the treble 20 was expanding. But with technology these days, you can barely see the wires.
93.
Aesthetically pleasing, great to look at, and extremely playable as well.
$60.
You don't hear anybody complaining about these boards, do you? What are your thoughts on the Winmore Blade 6
58.
triple core?
Martin, you require
It's quite funny
148.
actually because I was in a group in Southampton in the old venue, and
140.
Jared Cole asked me that exact question. I said to him, I don't know, I haven't played on one yet. He's like, Matt, you've been playing on one for the last hour.
50. Martin, you
So you
require
had
8.
no negativity towards it then? That's what I got from that. Double 2.
Yeah, that's game short in the
What
fifth
has happened
leg.
here?
Martin Thomas.
Garcia really was dominating this game at 2-0 up. He was sitting on
6
16.
leg, it's Gavin to throw first. Game on.
And that 95 checkout from Martin Thomas has changed everything.
131.
I suppose that's the thing, isn't it? When you've been here for 3 days, this now is 4th day, and you've not been getting results, it's easy to go negative
90.
when something goes against you.
I did have another dart to go 3-1 up.
60.
That didn't go his way. Very much like our schedule for tomorrow.
43.
This game has been flipped around. This is the other side of the coin. We were talking about the possibility of Garcia getting to
59.
third position in the table before the end of this session. As it stands now, his best effort would be a 4-3 victory
46.
to get to 4 points and -3. Mike Huntley is going
81.
to be third going into Friday.
You can see one of the
100. Kevin, you
ABC
require
players stealing the
170.
space in Saturday.
I'm not going to say it's out of the question.
80.
Anything is possible tomorrow. But a couple of these players are going to be backed into a corner of winning 5 out of 5. Bare minimum 4 from 5.
95. Kevin, you require 90.
And that might depend on Reece Colley having another perfect day or indeed winning 4 from 5 himself.
85. Martin, you
That could
require
be the last start that Garcia
127.
throws in this match.
They've both been good on the outer ring, 50% for both players, but Martin Thomas is not going to get a dart to wrap this one up at
87.
this stage.
Kevin, you require 5.
So to take us all the way to a last leg shootout.
That's game short than a 6 leg.
Points
Kevin
on the
Garcia.
twos. So game 15. Going
7-10
all the
final
way.
leg. It's Martin to throw first. Game on.
The 6th time today we've had a last leg shootout.
81.
Martin Thomas has bookended the day with last leg shootouts. He went all the way with Shane McGuirk in the opening, lost 4-3.
97.
Lost 4-3 against Reece Colley as well. So twice has gone the distance today.
45.
Hasn't had a positive outcome in a last leg shootout.
$121.
With darts like that. Might not be positive again.
81.
Advantage Garcia.
97. 96.
Big dart. Keeps himself in this one. But Garcia
96.
could compound the misery for Martin Thomas. Could be 3 last leg shootout defeats here for Martin
100.
Thomas.
Kevin, you require
And it
90.
will be if Kevin Garcia takes out the 90.
$75.
Long way
Martin,
off
you
with that
require
one.
98.
Paul Nicholson tip. Martin Thomas desperately needs points.
40. Kevin, you require 15.
He's going to get those points. He's going to need Kevin Garcia to miss this one. 2 4s. He tips his glass. He expects.
11. Martin, you require 58.
Might be quite fortunate. Fortunate to get this opportunity. If you give someone an opportunity,
Game, shot,
they can
and a
often
match.
come back
Martin
and bite
Thomas.
you. And they can come back and take that opportunity. And Martin Thomas keeps his hopes alive. He's given himself an opportunity of getting through to Saturday night's final. That's gave him his 2nd win of the day. That gives him 4 points. It was only an 80 average, but it was a victory, and that is the most important thing right now for Martin Thomas. He's in desperate need of points. 2 more on the board, a 57% on the checkout rate, 4 from 7 there. That 95 finish got himself back into the game and really did turn that one. But at the end of the play, Martin Thomas is on 4 points.
Thanks, Matt. Yeah, 4 points for Martin Thomas. We'll start at the end there. How crucial could that win be?
Monstrous. we were talking earlier in that match about the possibility of Garcia being in 3rd position, and now he's in 6th. That was a huge, huge match in the course of tomorrow's play. And I suppose the first fixture of tomorrow is going to be just as important for those two gentlemen.
Yeah, reflections on the group overall. We'll look at the table now. And Reece Colley, who has stood up here just 20 minutes ago, a perfect start, but he knows it's just a start.
I bet he does. I bet you told him as well that what you said the last time about Scott Walters, it just didn't materialise. But the way he's played today, I think the youthful nature and the exuberance and the confidence he's got, I think he'll get the job done. I think he'll win the group, and I think there's going to be a melee behind him.
Yeah, because of the way that he has run away with it and results, particularly that defeat that he had against Mark Graham, everybody's still in contention for 2nd place.
Of course they are, and it makes for better viewing tomorrow. Not that, you know, that's what it's all about. You know, these players have all got their own agendas, but the fact of the matter is, because of the way things have worked out, this is going to be a really good watch tomorrow. And I suppose everybody from 2nd to 6th position, they want Reece Colley to run away with it now, so there is a bit of a melee for 2nd spot.
Yeah, well, we will turn our attention to this evening now. Tomorrow, that group will be concluded at the same time here at 9:30 a.m. But tonight we've got Group B starting. It's the group of opportunity, isn't it? 3 go through from 5. We've got Jim McEwen and James Hurrell dropping in from Group A, and then Richard North, Pete Burgoyne, and the aforementioned Scott Walters. How do you see that going?
Well, it's redemption, isn't it, for Scott Walters? The last time he was here, we've already talked about the situation he found himself in, but he's in the more truncated group, isn't he? He's got 8 games instead of 10, but Richard North, I'm really, really intrigued to see where he's at, because former tour card holder, someone who's made a PDC Pro Tour final, where's he at? I want to know.
Well, it was the perfect 10 for Reece Colley in terms of points in Group C today, and you can end a perfect day by watching the darts at 10. Do join us tonight.
The MODUS Super Series, brought to you in association with Bet365, Betfair, Betfred, Coral, Ladbrokes, Paddy Power, Unibet and William Hill.